So, good morning. It's a pleasure to have you here, Professor Inés de Ruz, on behalf of AMENET. AMENET is the university network which was organizing this conference with the great support of the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And for us, it's very important to have you here because the topic of infrastructures is a crucial input of the tourism development. So yesterday, for example, in the debates, several times infrastructures came up as a main point of the inadequate development of the tourism sector, particularly in Africa, and mainly because the issues related to the climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you very much for your presence, and I give you the floor.
Perdón. Empiezo a hablar, ¿no? Okay. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank José María Mella for the invitation to give this keynote speech. It is an honor to join all of you in this second international conference on regional integration. This presentation is based on my experience as an academic economist with some practice in the economic evaluation of projects and policies, particularly in the field of transport infrastructure. My starting point is the recognition of a key fact. We are not living in an ideal first best world ruled by a benevolent planner, okay, or a government that pursue the general interest. Government failure may sometimes be worse than market failures, and government officials and politicians also maximize utility and pursue their own agenda. I think this is a starting point that is crucial for this kind of presentation. The recognition of this reality increases the probability of the social relevance of our contribution as economists. In my presentation, I will discuss the role of the government in infrastructure investment, the relationship between pricing and investment, and the importance of the institutional design in investment decisions. Finally, I will finish with some conclusions. In the provision of public infrastructure, the government must decide the type, the place, and the timing of projects. When not only where, but also when is socially profitable to start with a project or a policy. And this requires planning and evaluation, and to design the contracts for construction, maintenance, and operation during the life of the project, because as you know, basically today, all the phases of the delivery of public infrastructure is going through PPPs, no? Or P3, public-private partnerships. We also need a framework, a scheme for monitoring, regulation, and conflict resolution, because we have a complex relationship between what is the public sector and the private sector, and you know that the interests are not always necessarily are not aligned. So we need some kind of framework of incentives, etc., to make this work. Okay, so there is a overwhelming body of evidence of government failure to deal with this problem. I base my this opinion on of the work of Engel, Fisher, and Galetovic, these economists that by the way, I think this is one of the best books on the economics of public-private partnerships in the Cambridge University Press. And these economists, they have analyzed deeply the provision of infrastructure from the first stage planning to the last one of conflict resolution or renegotiation of contracts. And the evidence show that public intervention in the transport system, but particularly ports, airports, roads, etc., is far from being optimal. We find wasteful investment, inefficient pricing, poor regulation, and a poorly designed private participation. These are common features all over the world. It's not only, for my country that is really a paradigm of this kind of market failure. We need planning, public planning, and independent economic evaluation. I think this is very important because it's not only that the private sector is going to deliver the infrastructure. We need previously public planning. And then we also need the economic evaluation. So we cannot leave completely all the phases to the private sector. So the emphasis had to be put on the designing the pricing scheme. We need to decide if we are going to apply the user pay principle or polluter pay principle, and a pricing scheme in the planning phase, and its effect on investment decisions. This is very important because particularly the financing of projects and the different levels of government and the consequences on infrastructure capacity choices. So we cannot say like something like we build the infrastructure and then when we have this capacity, then we decide which kind of prices, charges we are going to introduce. It is completely wrong because we don't know the demand that we are going to have unless we have decided previously the scheme of prices or the price structure. So this is really interesting because it's a kind of fake division or false division between engineers, economists, tasks. So it's not true. We need to deal with this together. Avoiding another important point is to avoid the use of piecemeal of options instead of broad strategy, because we are running the risk of ending up with a bad equilibrium with the evaluation of large infrastructure projects of single or individual projects, losing or missing the potential long-term effects on other sectors or other modes, etc. This is a warning of the inadequacy of dealing with infrastructure in isolation, disregarding the connection with the rest of the system, particularly the one that is connected with this piece of infrastructure that we are dealing with. Even in water supply, all this kind of moving water from one place to the other and with desalination, we have to deal all together. Otherwise, we can have a net present value that is positive, but it's nothing because you have not compared with alternatives or the interconnection between the different possibilities. The combination of infrastructure, we have infrastructure networks are particularly delicate in the sense that we have a combination of sunk costs and the irreversibility of investments. But even we have more things. We have demand uncertainty too, and we have even a serious impact on the environment. So this creates a problem with the ex-ante evaluation if we ignore the relevant alternatives, and even explain why inferior technological options sometimes displays a better one. I think I will stop. Maybe I will go back to this later on. The economic planning on infrastructure and the evaluation need to look carefully to the dynamic process associated with initial decision. It's not only that we say, okay, we are going to do this infrastructure, this is going to happen. No, you have to be very careful because we open chain of changes during a lot of, maybe 30, 40 or 50 years. We are talking about very large and costly infrastructure. The investment, for example, there is an example, for example, well, a couple of examples come to my mind, but one is when we have now in Europe, recently, the Independent Authority of Fiscal Responsibility has shown that the investment of all the network high-speed rail in Spain is unprofitable, socially unprofitable. It's not. It wasn't a good decision. But there is another 70 billion waiting for to be spent again. No? So I think this kind of huge investment should be very carefully analyzed, because there are alternatives, different alternatives. So you analyze, you decide on a single project without considering the long-term effects. Maybe you end up with equilibrium. Maybe you finish like the keyboard or the computers with a system that is not efficient, but everybody has now these keyboards, although there is other keyboard that are more efficient. But you have this kind of bad equilibrium that persists and lasts a lot of time. There is an example in the case of large infrastructure that there is like a common view, and the common view was to share the short-run marginal cost. This is to share practically the maintenance cost and some variable cost, because if you charge the whole cost of the infrastructure, the cost is huge, because the fixed cost is the main part of this kind of infrastructure. So there is an idea that is being defended in the European Commission everywhere. I think the lobbies of the big infrastructure defend this kind of short-run marginal social cost pricing that translate. It has some economic rationale behind, of course, but I will show you some of the drawbacks of this. But it rests on the idea that you should share only the avoidable cost and not the costs that are already sunk. Okay, that's true, but we will see. Another idea, another common view is the net present value greater than zero, positive net present value. Another one is to apply Ramsey pricing with budget constraints, is the inverse elasticity rule, to charge according with not with the cost but with the value. This is the kind of pricing that is being used in ports, for example, for a long time. And then consider that long-run marginal cost is those costs that cover costs in the long run are some kind of inefficient, average cost pricing. Then, in the case of railway, this justify massive subsidization. The consideration of taxes are mere transfers. So taxes are transferred. You will see that taxes are not only transfers, and then that railways are environmentally friendly, and they don't consider sometimes when you don't have enough demand that the impact on the environment is amazing. No? So this is true, but there are other things. The old tradition ignore asymmetries of information. So you can apply, you cannot say, I'm going to charge marginal cost and that's all. Because what is the level of marginal cost? There is asymmetric information. The companies know, or the firms know what is the marginal cost, but the regulator doesn't know. So there is a lot of new economics on price regulation, using price caps, or instead of cost plus, that is the old tradition. There is a confusion between price differentiation and price discrimination. Price differentiation to charge different peak, for example, no? And this doesn't have anything to do with discrimination. It's just to charge according with the principle of efficiency. But for example, Ramsey pricing is a kind of discrimination because you charge more when the elasticity of demand is lower, and this means that maybe someone that needs the good very much because you have a low income or this a necessity have a low elasticity. So this kind of Ramsey pricing that is being always defended as an efficient way to price have an ugly side on equity issues when the low elasticity linked with the necessity of the good or low income users. Then there is another interesting point when we go to net present value, positive net present value, is the idea that this is this rule is this is the rule, no? The net present value instead of internal rate of return or benefit cost ratios, etc. But I remember Dixit and Pindick, there is a book in Princeton University Press that they say literally that the traditional net present value rule, which is taught to virtually every business school student of economics, can give very wrong answers. The reason is that this rule ignores the irreversibility, the demand uncertainty, and the possibility of delaying an investment. So the idea is with option value. When you build a very irreversible infrastructure, there is no way back. I mean, you cannot go back. So this is so you are losing. You are in the economic literature option. You are killing the option. So when you wait to have better information, when you wait to see this option that is, it's not very clear, you are gaining this information for the future. So maybe the government should think twice before going to this kind of irreversible investment, and not to see only that in the long term, in 50, 60 years, this investment is going to be optimal. But the first year, is not worth starting. So the delay, to postpone the project is the optimal policy. Okay, so the ideas of this cheap or free access to infrastructure or charging very low come from the old days. So there is a presidential address of Harold Hotelling when he was retiring president at the meeting of the Economic Society. This was the classical article published in Econometrica. This is the classical general welfare in relation of problem of taxation and of railway and utility, and in this presidency, he said that basically we should charge to marginal costs unless we have some kind of overcrowding. So the idea is to charge marginal cost. But there is a very interesting, you read this paper, there is an interesting paragraph in which he says something like, let me go back to this. The idea of the lobbies that or governments that want to charge very low for infrastructure only have this kind of academic backup, no, because they say something like, this academic support, because they say something like, okay, marginal social cost pricing, short-run marginal social cost pricing, the efficient policy, and then there is no point to charge more, no, unless this is an interesting point that they forget, unless there is overcrowding, there is congestion. In that case, it's justified, or there is variable costs that are very high to charge higher charges for water, electricity, anything, transport, etc. But they forget what Hotelling said as well. This is the paragraph that he said basically that when you don't have, it's interesting because he said there is like a kind of mathematical problem that we should, when the project is not already built, we have not yet started, we had to study demand and cost function by economists, statisticians, and engineers, and perhaps for a certain amount large-scale experimentation. This is another interesting point because we are talking about 1937, and today economists are asking for experimentation. We have new policies, and not to go directly for the nation as a whole, but just to start, with small experiments. So the amount of such experiment and research which could easily be paid out of the saving resulting from operation of the industry in the public interest is very large. This is really interesting because even in the new independent agencies, sometimes they say, well, okay, yeah, the recommendation that the big project, engineering project, a part is paid to evaluate that project. That was said in 1937. So the mathematical and economic problem pointed out by Hotelling requires the idea to analyze pricing, the relation of pricing and investment. But maybe we are running short of time, so maybe I am going to go a bit faster to go into one thing that is very important, that is the institutional design. So, well, I think I'm going to skip the part of pricing and investment, or maybe I will give an idea of what is this relationship. The basic idea, you have the slides. I suppose that they will deliver this presentation. But pricing and investment, the idea of pricing and investment is the following. If you charge, for example, in water, when you have this kind of delivery of water from one part of the country to the other with big infrastructure, building dams, canals, etc., you are based on an existing demand for agriculture, public, urban supply of water or drinking water. But this demand depends on the charging system. I mean, if you have a very subsidized price in agriculture, the demand of agriculture is going to be very high. So that's apparently justify this kind of big infrastructure, water projects to change the course of a river, et cetera, et cetera. So I am not saying that this is not a profitable project. What I am saying is that you should not consider, I mean, governments, public agencies should not consider the investment side of the problem without having first clearly in mind which kind of prices you are going to charge. I think this is very important because prices determine the demand, given the other elements of factors. The demand needs some capacity. There are sometimes different sizes, and the capacity, is going to be connected very clearly with the costs, and the costs are connected with the tax system because sometimes you have enough revenue to break even in the project. You had to have a financing through taxes now or later, taxes of debt. No, okay. So I think we have all this problem. As I said at the beginning, governments have failed widely, worldwide on this kind of basic economic problem, and they have overinvested or have chosen inadequate technology. So why does this happen? Well, okay, I think we need to go into the design of the governance and incentives and institutional designs before we go, before we understand why governments made mistakes. Okay, so the idea is the following. Economists since 1930, I think Depew, the article was in the 19th century, 1837, I think, or something like that. Depew was the one that said, average, when you build a bridge, the benefit of the bridge is when they users don't pay to use the bridge is the consumer surplus, was the one who invited consumer surplus. So in terms of academic methodology, in terms of the approach of the economic evaluation of projects, we know today, today we have a background in economic theory, in the best international practice to do these things. But this doesn't work unless you have a clear idea of the institutional design and the governance and incentives that are connected to this institutional design in your country. So let me go back. There is a quite interesting book, The Economics of Common Good, I think is the name, by Jean Tirole, and there is. I have taken this from from one of the chapters. Lafon, Lafon and Tirole having the two co-authors for life. Lafon died there, and then probably he's not Nobel Prize because of that reason, because Tirole and Lafon had, have on asymmetric information on many issues of regulation. A couple of that, we owe a lot. So Jean Lafon in Paris in 1999 presented his report on the pathway to the modern state of to the French Council of Economic Analysis. This council was created by Lionel Jospin, created this advisory council like the US, and he was the president, no Lafon. So in his speech, opening speech, he explained how the modern state should be designed for this kind of principle to work. And the response was, that the report of Lafon was considered heretical, for senior official, academic, and politicians. And the criticism, you read the book, is very nice because went from Lafon had not understand, anything, or that he was corrupting the French youth. But we have to see what is the report says. What was in the report? The only thing that was in the report, the basic idea, is that politicians and officials respond to the incentives they face, and the government should take this reality into account. As explained by Tirol, Lafont triggered a wave of protest simply by suggesting that France leaders might, like everyone else, act in their own interests. This is the idea, and he was heavily criticized. The only idea is, and it's basic in economics, I think it's basic in third year. We say, economists, that individuals maximize their utility with some kind of bounded rationality, because we are not completely rational, we have all the behavioral economics, etc., etc. But we maximize our utility the best we can. But then when you go to the governments, to the public official, we suppose that they are going to maximize the public interest. So what Dafon said, okay, this is not very realistic. They maximize their own utility. That can be anything, their career, maximizing the probability of re-election, to have a better life, anything. So we should be very careful with the design of the government. Or the design of the public sector. At the same time, the same year, we have another intervention of another Nobel Prize, is Gary Becker, in a conference the same year in the University of Chicago. And he says something like, I summarize this, that cost-benefit analysis is very nice, etc., but it's nothing, the economic evaluation is not taking into account by governments. So governments pursue their own interest, maximizing the probability of re-election, but the economic evaluation is very interesting because show who gains and who lose with the project. So winners and losers, identifying winning and losers, and publishing this, giving the information to the rest of society, can make a better society, or even more content to democracy, because people know why government are taking this decision. Okay, so even a skeptical like Gary Becker say, okay, economic evaluation is useful. So the idea, therefore, is that the benevolent planner assumption that we use in micro, when we say government is looking for the general interest, is harmless when we are dealing with methodology. But we can work as if their benevolent regulator exists. But it turns out to be inadequate when we go to the real world. So we're going to the application of this methodology in the real world. That is a methodology that is saying, okay, we should decide to build this kind of technology on this place, on this time, looking to the general interest. And then to think that the politician is going, the public official is going to follow that mantra is a bit naive, to say the least. So I think I am going to skip a bit here as well. So there is a proposal by Engel, Fischer, and Galetovic for the institutional design. And the proposal says something like, we should separate the project planning, design, and delivery from the economic evaluation. So today, I think practically all the economists consider that the economic evaluation should be separated in a different unit, because you cannot have the economic evaluation of the infrastructure in the same unit where they have decided to build, because there is a conflict of interest there. That because we assume that the politicians and public officials follow their own interest. So planning is in the government; they have been elected for that, but the economic evaluation should be outside in an independent unit. And even more, when we have this kind of scheme of planning, awarding of contracts, renegotiation, evaluation, conflict resolution, etc., we should not have the same people awarding a contract, and then these same people renegotiating the contract when we have problems. We know that a contract is very difficult, and I think the figures by the World Bank is like 70% of renegotiation of contracts in water, electricity, transport, infrastructure, etc. But we know that. But the problem is how you renegotiate that. So this the idea of having separate units, I think, is crucial, because what you have is a unit that evaluate the projects independent from the ministry. Then another one within the ministry is awarding the the project through auctions, I guess, and then if there is needs to renegotiate the contracts or to solve conflicts between the private sector and the public sector, we need a different unit. One of the the thing in this kind of design is to have the same person that made the mistakes and they had to renegotiate is the one that renegotiate, because this the incentive to hide the mistakes or to overcompensate the construction firms, etc., is very high, as we already know. So I think basically this is the main ideas. Before I go to the conclusions. Let me put an emphasis on the necessity of on the need of a independent agency for the evaluation of projects. I am not saying that we should substitute the role of the government deciding what to build, where and when. What I am saying is that there is a technical knowledge, and there is an expert knowledge, there is a best practice around the world that we should introduce in our government, in our governments, in our public sector, that will find the opposition of those politicians and officials that are not very confident, or they don't believe, or are simply ignorant in terms of the value of this economic knowledge. So let me finish with some conclusion. This is just a summary, practically what I said. The provision of public infrastructure requires several steps, several phases: planning, evaluation, private participation, and regulation. In a broad sense, regulation, I mean, from the control and monitoring of quality to things about price, to respect the pricing scheme that have been approved, etc. Planning, as I said, I insist in that. I believe in the role of the public sector, but in the role of public sector designing the best interest of society, because the experience showed that the public sector build white elephants, do things that that is more close to corruption than to the public interest, etc. So my view is not naive in the sense that the public sector is is the solution. Private sector is monopoly exploitation or something like that. So we have different phases. Planning belongs to the public sector for different reasons. One is network design, to avoid duplication, or even to ensure the provision of infrastructure in areas or in places where private firms are not interested. So this doesn't mean that the private firms are not going to build that. It means that the public sector decide to build, then through auctions will call private firms to build that. The worst thing is to have direct public provision, and to ask private firms to build this kind of projects, because private firms will build anything if they don't share the risks. And we have in Spain cases like, highways in Madrid. But there are many places. Some gas store in the seabed in the Mediterranean. We have projects that show that private firms will build anything if they don't run the risk of, having the extra costs of making mistakes. The public sector does not have to be directly responsible for the construction, operation, and infrastructure. This is, I think, is quite now quite general. And the evidence, as I said before, show public intervention is far from being optimal. So the common institutional design of the Ministry of Public Works in many countries have a technical separation. No, they have, for example, in transport, a Directorate General of Aviation, then railways, then roads. This is crazy, because you can have that in terms of technical, but not in economics. When you decide to build something for the intercity mobility, you have to consider jointly if air or high-speed rail or buses is the better option, or a combination of the three. You cannot have the Directorate General of Railways deciding to build railway infrastructure and at the same time to have the airport authority building airports. So this is, we have in Spain, this is a very nice sample that we have, duplication of transport networks, and with that quality, above Germany, US, any country in Europe, like the extension and quality of highways, high-speed rail, etc. The evaluation of project and the regulation of private participation should be performed by independent agencies. This is key, and I have mentioned that before. Private participation must be based on auction and contract design in accordance with economic theory and the best international practice. This is, again, very important. Private participation, when you say that, this is nothing unless you consider what is the contract, what is the allocation of risks between the public sector and the private sector. Because you can have a contract, it's a price, a cost price that you cover any cost that the company show you, and then the cost will going to be huge because the company have not any incentive to minimize cost. So the objective is to maximize social welfare by reducing political interference in the technical phase of the project, and by guaranteeing the selection of good projects and its implementation by the most efficient firms. Let me give you an example with this. You design, you have an inefficient design or a broad design of the contract for, let's say, any public work that it depends on demand. If you don't design the contract properly, maybe you select the most opportunistic bidder or firm or concessionaire or the most optimistic one instead of the most efficient one. That depends on how you design the contract. So economists have a lot of knowledge on asymmetric information, etc., etc. So there is ways to design that, and this needs technical, expert in the public sector. So this is another point in general that for the public administration should be, filled with this kind of knowledge through. Well, I think some countries have started with a reform, but others are very low with this. And finally, the independent agencies must operate with total autonomy and independence, not only with respect to firms, but also with respect to governments. If we do not want to have to become this kind of agency, to become just more administrative requirements, more bureaucracy. Okay, I think this is enough. Thank you very much for your attention, and then I wait for your questions, if there is one.
Thank you very much, Professor Ginés.
Muy bien, lo abro yo entonces. Ahora no me están escuchando, ¿no? Ah, me escuchan, okay. So I'll check if there is
okay,
I
would like to invite participants and the audience
no,
to make
the
your questions or comments in our
okay,
YouTube channel. And Professor Mella, please, if you would like to make some comments about the presentation. Please activate your microphone.
No problem. I'm waiting for the questions of our listeners.
Okay.
There is no any question, Professor Ginés de Ruz. I would be interested in how to apply these procedures in taking into account the institutions in Africa.
¿La puedo ver en el chat? No.
Institutions are too weak. There is no an appropriate regulations, bureaucracies, works in a very inefficient way. In your opinion, what could be the further steps to be taken in order to the assigning of the infrastructures?
Yo no oigo nada, Jorge.
In institutions environments as Africans, particularly weak.
¿Yo estoy conectado ahora mismo a todos o...? No, digo si ellos me oyen a mí. Por lo demás se ha oído bien y todo, ¿no? Se ha visto bien, ¿no?
We cannot hear you, Professor Ginés.
Yes.
Sí.
Yes. I do.
El chat lo estoy viendo yo ahora mismo, ¿eh? Ah, vale. Vale.
¿Podrían formularla ustedes?
Ya lo estoy viendo yo ahora mismo.
Bueno, pues, ¿se la digo en inglés o en español? It's too simple. My question is too simple. How to apply the scheme? How to apply the scheme of Professor Ginés de Ruz
Jorge.
in public contests so
Jorge.
weak, such as the African ones?
Sí. How to apply this scheme? Ah.
Yes. Professor Ginés. Chat a la izquierda. Vamos a ver dónde lo tengo, porque no. Vamos a ver.
Yo podría escribirla en el YouTube, en el chat de YouTube, pero si me la escribe en el chat de aquí, profesor.
Es que no me aparece aquí en the screen the space
Bueno,
to write.
pues repítamela por favor para escribirla en el YouTube, que el profesor Ginés sí la podrá ver.
El que tú me has abierto, ¿no?
¿La puedes escribir?
Dime cuándo puedo contestar.
Porque yo no tengo la ventana para escribirla.
Por favor, José Mella, dígame para escribirla.
¿Perdón?
Hola. Por favor, dígamela para escribirla.
Sí. According to the opinion of Professor Ginés de Ruz, how would be the steps to be followed?
Ok, lo he leído, pero lo han quitado.
Scheme of infrastructure provision in context so weak.
Lo leí, Jorge, ¿me oyes?
Ones.
Es que la leí bien. Yo estoy conectado, ¿ellos me están viendo a mí ahora o no? Sí, ok. Ok. Dime cuándo puedo contestar.
Okay.
¿Puedo contestar? Jorge. Pero dime cuándo puedo contestar a la sala. Okay, I have a question here. Is how are the question here that I see, because we have is written and then we have some time lag in the middle. But the question is how are the next steps to apply, or these steps to apply, how to apply this measure to the context of African countries. My experience is being a mission long time ago in Mozambique. It was a long time ago, so it's not representative probably to what is the situation today related to this kind of things, no? But if I can say something general, then we need to be more subtle with this kind of statement. But I would say that there is no difference. I mean, the ideas is exactly the same. Maybe depending of how strong are the institutions in these countries, it will be easier or more easier. The degree of difficulty will be connected to this kind of robustness of the institution. But remember one thing: in our country, in Spain, we don't. I mean, apparently, advanced country, Europe, etc. We don't have an independent agency for economic evaluation. We don't have it. We have the IREF, the Independent Authority of Fiscal Responsibility, that was created 4 years ago, I think, or no, more than 4 years ago. But it was created because the European Commission was suggesting that we should do that. So, I mean, for any African country will be, I suppose, different depending on the situation. But in some of these countries, I think it will be even more urgent to design this kind of basic structure for the different phases of infrastructure delivery, because private companies, maybe they have too much power in the sense that the connection with the government official is closer. I don't know, but I think this has happened everywhere. I was working in Latin America as well. I don't think there is a difference. Maybe the difference is that the need to have this structure is even stronger. So I would say, instead of other people, well, this is only for countries that are highly developed or for other culture. No, I don't think so. I think this kind of frameworks are valid for any country. The only thing is that the people that had to introduce this, we need the people. We need the people to introduce this, of course, and we need a context that is some kind of it has some kind of basic elements to make this work. Okay, but I think I wouldn't say something like, okay, this material is only for developed country and it's not for, no. I think it's general. Okay.
This is an economic integration process that has already started last year. Infrastructure is
I don't know if Professor Inés is hearing you.
A crucial point to go ahead with this integration process. So in the next picture, it would be crucial to have appropriate framework to assign these international infrastructural projects. So there is a challenge to formulate appropriate contracts according to your economic principles.
Professor, Professor Jose Mella, Professor Jimenez is not hearing you. Could you write directly in the YouTube channel or text me in WhatsApp so I can?
I told you for writing. So in Africa, there is an economic integration process. So this integration process.
Otra pregunta, ¿qué es otra pregunta?
The investment in infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, airports, so on and so forth. How to design an adequate framework to efficiently assign this kind of projects. Do you have any experience, Professor Jimenez, Therese? Have you listened to me, Jen?
No la veo. Ahora.
Yeah.
How to design another framework to efficient design different product? Do you have any experience? ¿Puedo contestar? Okay, how to design? I think the design another framework for efficiently design this kind of products. Do you have any experience? I think, as I said before, the process of infrastructure delivery or infrastructure provision is planning, then is the design of contracts, then this kind of auctions and awarding of contracts to private firms. Then we have to design the kind of regulation and then monitoring and renegotiation and conflict resolution. So this is standard. So it will be for any country. You jump any of this, or you suppress any of this stage, you award directly the contracts you have problems with. You are a corrupt government and you give the contract to your friends. Okay, you are going to have a higher cost. Maybe you build a white elephant because there is not incentive to build something that works because you are paid. So I think this framework is essential, is crucial for any country. The problem is that you need conditions for this to work. I mean, you need conditions. Maybe sometimes, as happen with us, that they, the European Commission force us to create the Independent Authority of Fiscal Responsibility, and they are doing every year a spending review, criticizing sometimes the government. So my experience is okay. There is another question. Experience in the context of African society. No, the only thing I've been advising the Asian Development Bank, and the methodology I can assure you is exactly the same. There's no difference. The only difference is maybe we apply a discount rate here in Europe of 3 points, and they in the Asian Development Bank use a 9 point because the opportunity cost of money is much higher, and there is a lot of projects, greenfield projects that have a very high profitability. But no, in Africa, my only experience is twice in Mozambique, and as I said, is what I saw is the difficulty of it was 15 years or more ago. So I think this maybe is not. I cannot generalize with the situation today. Maybe there are some countries that have a better institutions to apply these policies or these governance and incentives, and others are not so good. But I think the schedule or the scheme is the same for everybody. You don't have capacity to create an independent economic evaluation agency. You don't have that. Well, the problem is that you will have projects that are not being filtered through the analysis of its financial and economic viability and social profitability. But for example, there is ways. You ask money for the Asian Development Bank. You need to pass a cost-benefit analysis. Maybe in Africa you have already. When there is some kind of aids, you can connect these aids to this framework. I think in the past, the World Bank was when the World Bank helped put money help in these countries. The idea was to introduce privatization, etc. But I think the point is more than that: is to have a public sector that is, reinforced with technocrats. Let's say that very clearly. Not always with people that all follow their political career, but also with civil servants that are some kind of isolated, if possible, through this kind of schemes as independent agencies to give support, technical support to the political decisions. Otherwise, you have white elephants everywhere, obras inútiles, wasteful investment. You have corruption. Then you have costs in the long term. This is another point. It's not only that you build something and then some private firm benefits with money. No. It's a problem that is much more than this, because there will be a transfer, illegitimate, unfair transfer. It is a transfer. The problem is that you create things that have to be maintained and operate in the future, and maybe they are not the good ones. They are not the technological, adequate technological solution or option for your country. So I insist. I think this is crucial. The institutional design, the governance for this kind of provision of different infrastructure is crucial. I don't see any difference between. I see the difference in the application and the people that have to do that. It will be easier to apply this in Sweden than to apply, I suppose, in a underdeveloped country. But okay, this is the context in which we have to apply policies, no?
Thank you very much.
Professor Jose Mella, I would like to thank you for your answer. If there are no more questions here. Well, I think we can take a coffee break now. The next keynote speech begins at 10:30. Okay. If Professor Gines, you would like to say something more, please.
Sí, avísame. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, and take care in these difficult times. Bye. Thank you.
Good morning again. Now we shall move to the second keynote speech of today, made by Professor Lucy McCombs. Since 2009, she has been employed at Leeds Beckett University as a senior lecturer, teaching on the Master in Responsible Tourism Management for Distance Learning, and the full-time cohorts in Leeds, the Gambia, Mauritius, and Kenya. She is a responsible tourism practitioner with an academic background in social anthropology of development and responsible tourism management. Also, Lucy engaged in a range of tourism-related consultancy and research projects, including working for the International Trade Center in the Gambia developing community-based tourism. She has also recently co-founded a Gambian charity, Ninki Nanka Encounters, to support communities involved in the new Ninki Nanka Trail. Professor Lucy, thank you very much for accepting this invitation to participate in the AMENET conference. I give you the floor, and I would like to invite the audience and participants to prepare questions. We have the YouTube channel, the chat, use it. It is important that we all today seize the opportunity to have these researchers of great experience in a wide range of topics, as they are the keynotes of this morning and the afternoon session. So please, Professor, the floor is yours. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, and good morning to everybody around the world. Thank you very much for my invitation to speak today. I hope today this finds you and your families well, and I hope the next time we can meet in person. So today I would like to take the opportunity to share lessons learned, both successes and challenges that we've experienced in developing, working with a wide range of stakeholders to develop the Ninki Nanka Trail, using this as an example of responsible development of community-based tourism in the Gambia, and sharing a number of lessons learned that hopefully might be useful to others in other destinations. So essentially what I'd like to do in this presentation is briefly set the scene for community-based tourism in the Gambia, and then I'm essentially going to tell you the story of the development process for the Ninki Nanka Trail, which isn't finished yet by any means, but sharing some of the lessons and some of the responsible tourism practices that we've developed and tried along the way, and then to end with thinking about the opportunities that we have through community-based tourism and some of the challenges that we face. And interestingly, listening to some of the other presentations from these conferences, I can see that there are a lot of commonalities in terms of the opportunities that tourism presents for contributing to sustainable and integrated development, and also the challenges that the industry faces in Africa in particular. So I'm sure you're all familiar with where the Gambia is. It's kind of squashed in a sandwich between Senegal, both sides. You'll see it's a very small country, and very much dominated by the beautiful River Gambia that runs right the way through it, out into the Atlantic Ocean. Just to give you a very rapid overview to tourism in the Gambia, to help hopefully the Ninki Nanka Trail case study make sense in a bigger context. There's, Gambia is a very small population, around 2 million, and tourism is a very, very important part of its economy, as you can see there, in terms of almost 20% of GDP. Prior to COVID-19, the country was aiming to welcome about 500,000 international tourists by this year. It's definitely not having that many right now, as I think the airlines have just opened, but there's very few visitors at the moment in the current context. Into 2019, when the country was recovering from both the impact of kind of the presidential elections, but also prior to that, Ebola, visitor arrivals at their best were about 200,000. So a small industry, but a very important industry in the local economy. I've given a list there of some of the key markets for tourism in the Gambia. The British market is still very dominant, and the Dutch market, and then some other European countries there, kind of a smaller percentage of the tourism market. In terms of motivations, why people go to the Gambia, historically, it's very much been a sun, sand and sea destination. And you can see that people's motivations for visiting were very much around sort of sea, beach and climate. But increasingly, people are coming to the Gambia to experience more of the cultural aspects of what the country has to offer. In terms of the demographics, are significant for Gambia in that around 70% of visitors are over 40 years old, and there's a very large number of repeat visitors. And there's also a growing market in kind of youth and student travel, but that demographic, has certain requirements in terms of developing new products. Because a very long story short, as we don't have much time, I think it's fair to say that the level of competition and for the kind of the sun, sand and sea aspects of Gambia as a destination is increasingly meaning that the country needs to look for other tourism products to compete with other destinations and to, very importantly, diversify its offering. Gambia kind of urgently needs to develop new markets, new products and new distribution channels, and to address kind of a very firmly established dependency on mass tour operators for accessing the market. And, as part of this, urgent issues are about maintaining their existing product and innovating new product, which is hopefully where the Ninki Nanka Trail can really be useful. In terms of what we mean by community-based tourism, academics and practitioners, for that matter, have spent a lot of time with lots of different definitions, as academics tend to do. I think if you look at all these numerous definitions that are out there, essentially running through them all is an ideology about achieving local community development using tourism as a vehicle. And definitions typically have two common characteristics. One is about community-based tourism and the level of community involvement that is involved in community-based tourism, and then different interpretations of the level of community benefits that should arise through community-based tourism. And linked to that is evolving and changing discussion about the extent to which other partners, such as the private sector, should be part of these community-based tourism models. So community-based tourism, depending on the stakeholder perspective and the academic perspective, it has different levels of community involvement and different levels of benefit for communities, depending on the particular model that's being used. Something that I've found very useful is some kind of organization of these lots of different interpretations of community-based tourism. The operational guidelines for community-based tourism that have been developed by the Tourism Department in South Africa, I think, are really helpful for helping to categorize community-based tourism into different areas, and to use these to reflect on the community-based tourism that you see in a destination that you're involved in working with. And I'm just going to quickly run through these now. Here we are. So the four models, I think that the first model, community-owned tourism ventures, are very much the kind of stereotypical ideal model of community-based tourism, where communities completely own the tourism venture in question. They have full ownership, full control, and therefore full benefits associated with community-based tourism. And often these models draw on community assets, land and labour, and building material, etc., which the community contributes towards establishing a business on the behalf of the community. And in the Gambia, we have a small number, I guess, that would fit this particular model, but not many. The second model, which is probably where the Ninki Nanka Trail is at the moment, is the model community enterprise linkages with private sector-owned tourism businesses. So essentially what this is when individual entrepreneurs or partnerships or collectives and communities, they sell their products to tourism companies and to tourists. And this particular model emphasizes involving the communities in the tourism supply and value chain. Okay. A third model, which I guess we're aspiring to as part of the Ninki Nanka Trail development process, is a much stronger partnership between the private sector and the community. So this third model, which is essentially about the community and private sector working in partnership to establish a joint venture together, and then to share the benefits and ownership of this sort of form of community-based tourism. Partnerships between a community and a private sector operator, I guess particularly in the South African context, but also in other destinations now, take a formalized approach to sharing a venture. Typically, the community would contribute resources like access to land, grant funding and labour, whereas the private sector partner might contribute expertise and investment, marketing knowledge, existing client base, reputation, capital, etc., etc. And the last model, I guess, is much less ambitious in terms of the benefits for local community, is the basic community-based tourism entrepreneurship model, which is essentially isn't really any different from a traditional small business, but the fact is that it is located within a community, and there aren't really any formal requirements for that business to operate in the community's interests, although they may well do so, and they may well benefit the community in terms of employment or enterprise linkages. So just a bit of background then, that may be of interest in terms of categorizing what we mean by community-based tourism and the importance of thinking about the model that you work towards in terms of the roles and responsibilities in those involved, and the level of benefit that can result from these models from a community perspective. We all like definitions. Building on this use of the South African CBT models, I've stolen their definition in terms of my use of the term, whereby community-based tourism refers to any tourism business or activity that is located within a community. And as I said before, it can be owned or managed or operated differently. But importantly, from a responsible tourism perspective, is that community-based tourism needs to create community linkages and adhere to responsible tourism practices that take environmental, social, and cultural sustainability into account. And from here on in, that's really the focus for my presentation, to show the some of the ways in which we can deliver community-based tourism responsibly on the ground from an applied perspective. I won't go into this much detail now, but from an even wider context, there is an increasing global kind of market opportunity for community-based tourism in destinations around the world, and in Africa in particular, resulting from a wide range of community changes in demand, consumer changes in demand, and kind of various opportunities coming from emerging new markets. People are increasingly looking for cultural exchange and much more immersive cultural experiences when they travel, rather than the kind of traditional holiday activities on, sun, sand and sea destinations. So I've kind of gone through that wider context very quickly so we can focus on the Ninki Nanka Trail. So I had best explain what a Ninki Nanka is before I proceed, as some people may not be familiar. The Ninki Nanka is a very well-established oral legend in the Gambia, and actually kind of wider than in other parts of West Africa too. It's a mysterious dragon who's believed, according to legend, to live in the River Gambia with supernatural powers. Now, there are different interpretations of these powers and of the Ninki Nanka. Some see it very much as a dangerous, malevolent dragon that can cause great harm. One interpretation of the legend is that if you see the Ninki Nanka, you will die within 7 years unless you have a mirror to reflect its image. Others would have more positive interpretations that would see the Ninki Nanka in a much more positive light. And if you find, for example, a piece of Ninki Nanka skin and you keep it, you can have great wealth and whatever you desire. It has been used as a theme for trying to weave together the different aspects of culture involved in the Ninki Nanka Trail, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in a minute. The concept then behind the Ninki Nanka Trail has been a long time in its development, really. The idea of a trail came back in the 1980s when the founding company, Gambia River Excursions, started developing kind of touristic boat trips up and down the River Gambia. They first came up with the name and the idea of a tourist trail along the River Gambia back then. And in about 2006, it was formalized a bit by being included in the Gambia Tourism Master Plan back then. But then nothing really happened until a study in 2013, the feasibility study, which I'll talk about. And then there's been a sort of a fairly informal process of exploring and developing this idea further. And then it's really only when we got the benefit of international funding in 2018, 2019, the International Trade Center, that the trail has become a much more formalized entity and a reality in practice. So these things take time. So the essential concept is to be a river-based and overland trail, community-based tourism route that links up lots of different touristic villages and natural and cultural heritage sites along the River Gambia, and to target the existing package markets that already exists in the Gambia, who are curious to experience Gambian life outside of the resort, and also particularly to target small groups, independent special interest groups, and culture and adventure tourists. The key objectives then are to diversify the Gambian tourism product, to use tourism to address poverty, in particular in rural areas in the Gambia, to facilitate the empowerment of host communities, create livelihood opportunities through tourism, to be the vehicle for all sorts of skills training related to delivering community-based tourism products, increase foreign exchange from tourism, and to be a vehicle for very positive, meaningful tourist-host cultural interaction, and hopefully to achieve a more mutually beneficial interaction between tourists and local people than can exist in the sun, sand and sea interaction that goes on in the main resorts. So the lessons to share with you then, just check the time. I've divided the lessons learned into two phases. The first phase was very much where the concept was developing, and there was a piloting of different ideas and doing a lot of research to explore the viability of the trail, which kind of built up momentum and until it was really decided that actually this trail has clearly got enough support and potential to be delivered for real, and then it entered into this second phase of delivery where I'll talk through some lessons learned at that phase too. So what can we learn then from the different things that we've done to develop the community-based tourism trail? We started by doing a feasibility study to explore the impacts and the product potential and the different stakeholder perspectives on the trail. This study was done it was funded from the World Bank and through the Association of Small Scale Enterprises in Tourism in the Gambia, and funded myself and some other staff from Leeds Beckett University to do an initial feasibility study. This study was really useful in getting early community engagement in the idea of the trail, to get their initial thoughts about the potential impacts, both negative and positive, in terms of bringing tourism to existing tourist destinations mainly, but also to new destinations that would be new to having tourists on any scale. Helped us identify the potential impacts and think about how we might monitor those potential impacts going forward. We got the local people's view, the tourist perspective, and also we used the feasibility study to test the water with the industry on their view on the Ninki Nanka Trail as a product, and the business conditions and requirements that they would use require if they were going to buy the trail product. And encouragingly, there was a huge amount of support from all these different stakeholders for this very much Gambian-owned product and concept. However, the big but was it needed to be delivered at a certain standard, at a certain price, and it raised questions of the existing infrastructure along the River Gambia in terms of community-based tourism. And discussions at this stage raised all sorts of, as well as the opportunities, challenges for implementation that we realised would need to be addressed to deliver the trail, and the scale of the task involved. It's not just about simply developing a package that runs up the River Gambia. It raised huge questions about much bigger infrastructure questions along the River Gambia that community-based tourism would require. And this feasibility study we used to develop the route to develop the product itself, and we did this. We had a number of, this was the feasibility study. We had a pilot tour with students from the Gambia and from the UK, bravely pioneering the route. And then in subsequent years, we've had other groups of students and tourists piloting and developing and improving the route from a tourist perspective. And this is a nice illustration coming out from that first feasibility study of the core aspects of the route and the experience. And you can see that as people travel along the River Gambia, they can experience a wide range of different cultural and natural experiences. So village homestays to learn about life living in a rural Gambia. They stop off at different places which have a wide range of different ethnic groups, so that people learn about the different, the diverse culture of the Gambia and the different ethnic groups that live in communities along the trail. There's a number of different World Heritage Sites. We've got 3 World Heritage Sites, and we've got intangible heritage sites in terms of the Kankawan Festival and various wildlife and national parks along the way. So a very rich and varied product offer that really shows how beautiful and rich and diverse the Gambia is, and how different this image is from sun, sand and sea perspectives of the Gambia. Another thing we did in this stage was market research to inform the product development. I think a common mistake in community-based tourism is that people have just built something and a build it and they will come approach rather than a market-led approach. So I think a lot of communities through charitable funding or whatever have invested a lot in community-based tourism infrastructure, and then been very disappointed when they don't have large number of people visiting. We tried very hard to work very closely with the industry from the start to understand the level of demand and the nature of demand that might be there for the Ninki Nanka Trail. And we had some support from the International Trade Centre for the Gambia Youth Empowerment Project to fund some really good product and market potential, which helped us identify our market trends and opportunities, helped us identify the nature of the tourist experience that people are looking for, particular market segments, and the industry perspective on the trail. Something else we learned at this stage is that the experience of being on the river is at the heart of the Ninki Nanka Trail product. It's beautiful. It's what differentiates it from other experiences and other destinations. There's hardly any other traffic on the river, which it's a kind of a rare experience to really experience the beauty of the river. And when we first did the pilot, we were worried people would get bored spending so long on the water, and we found the opposite, that every time we did a pilot trip, people wanted more and more time on the river. So it was a real kind of core aspect of the product, but it raised a huge number of challenges in terms of the infrastructure to support this desire to spend more time on the water, in terms of the boats that could provide overnight accommodation or high quality accommodation, in terms of jetties and all sorts of other expensive infrastructure and capital investment challenges, which the project doesn't have huge funding, and the level of risk involved when you start investing in boats, etc., it increases. So we started off looking at developing the trail using the existing boats, which have which manages the risk and supports local businesses, but there will be certain markets that wouldn't travel on the existing boats. So hence why we're targeting the more adventure traveller market. We also did a technical study at this stage to understand things from a boat perspective, and the challenges that we would face of scaling up the industry. And we also got a lot of guidance on pricing, positioning, etc. of the product, and we had a lot of recommendations for how we needed to improve the existing boats and address health and safety issues, crew training, etc., etc. And we also did some crew training as well at this stage to kind of develop a network of responsible boat providers for the trail. Something else we learned at this stage was often people that would come on the trail, the Ninki Nanka, it's for people that, if you don't know what it means, it just sounds kind of like a funny name. And something we learned early on is that we had to make sure that we were respectful of the Ninki Nanka as a theme and as a name, and that for it's an important part of local heritage, and it has an important meaning for many, particularly local communities who live in the river. And there's an important spiritual aspect of the river that we need to be mindful of and respectful of, and to use the trail as an opportunity to capture and preserve oral legends like the Ninki Nanka stories, and to raise awareness of people who who go on the trail as to what the Ninki Nanka means, and also it is a way of adding value to the tourism experience and raising awareness of the cultural Gambian offer. So we have more to do on this front, I think, in terms of really capturing those stories and the significance of intangible heritage for people that experience the trail. And that's feedback that we've got from our pilot trips, is that they wanted the Ninki Nanka aspect to be much more apparent. But something else we did that was really, really valuable was we developed an interpretation plan to think about the stories along the River Gambia, not just about the Ninki Nanka, but all the stories about nature and culture and communal living and spirituality, to weave that into the different stop-offs along the trail, to help facilitate local people in the delivery and content of the trail experience, to help make different stop-offs along the trail different. You know, people didn't want to have drumming at every single stop off. It was to think carefully about the distinct characteristics that different places along the trail had, and to focus the tourist experience on those, so that they had a really varied and rich journey along the River Gambia, and they could use that journey to really understand the differences between communities along the way, and also to use interpretation as a vehicle to tell visitors in a very nice, positive way about the behaviours that are required. So the responsible behaviours in terms of their conduct with the local people and the environment, and to raise awareness of the local context that they're travelling in, so that they know how to be responsible in visits. And we also did a number of kind of pilots from an interpretation stance as well. So it's getting much better now in terms of being able to communicate the different stories along the trail. But still, I think there's more to be done. Also, something we realised was there are a lot of opportunities to link with existing events going on in the Gambia, which can really add great value to the Ninki Nanka Trail's cultural heritage and experiential offer. There's existing events, Cancun Festival, bird festivals, etc., that we can then schedule as part of our river trips, and that we learned from the industry that is something that makes the Ninki Nanka Trail even more attractive by combining it with other things. And it can also be a way to attract special interest markets. And also there's lots of potential to link with partners who are involved with managing the World Heritage Sites and cultural interest groups, to link the trail with these kind of wider cultural activities. And then lastly then, in terms of the second phase of developing the trail, where we benefited from funding from the International Trade Centre, Gambia Youth Empowerment Project, and working with the Gambia Tourism Board, we really sort of embarked on realising these plans and scaling up and trying to deliver on the trail. And we have done a lot more specific kind of product development activities during this stage. When we formalised things at this stage, when we got the funding, it's really quickly raised the question of who owns or who is responsible for this trail, and it became apparent that it's very much a multi-stakeholder responsibility for a trail like this that covers a lot of miles in lots of different territories. The Gambian Tourism Board and Ministry of Tourism and Culture are very much responsible and own the Gambia as a tourism destination. The National Centre of Arts and Culture, they have responsibilities in terms of the World Heritage Sites on the trail. The community owns the experiences and activities and local culture along the trail. Then there's the issue of the ownership of the Ninki Nanka Trail brand, which is funded by an external partner. And then you have responsibilities and ownership of the river itself and the wildlife and the parks along the way. So it soon becomes a very complex, multi-stakeholder initiative that needs a huge amount of collaboration for people to support and coordinate their different responsibilities. The Gambia Tourism Board then set up a Ninki Nanka Trail Product Development Group to try and support all these stakeholders to come together and to facilitate the joined up thinking that's required, to develop the trail, but importantly to develop the trail in a responsible way, to do business and development processes differently, with the community interests and poverty reduction as the shared objective, and using tourism as a vehicle for this. Haven't got time to go through this in detail, but it's essentially the Gambia Tourism Board now has developed a Ninki Nanka Trail implementation plan, which has 10 key areas. And I'm happy to elaborate more on these different areas if people are interested. We've got looking at the interaction between tourists and local people, which is thinking about child protection and codes of conduct and awareness raising, responsible standards for tour operators and ground handlers. I think issues of quality and infrastructure, health, safety, licensing and emergency planning, marketing and sales, communication and transparency about what the trail is all about, what it's trying to achieve, who's involved, politics associated with that. Big issue of capacity building of pretty much all the different stakeholders involved. Opportunities for SME income generation, kind of through the opportunities from market access to tourists. Environmental management is a huge area that we need to address for the trail, particularly in terms of waste management and plastic and sustainable technologies. And that's a huge undertaking now to follow the tourism trail with environmental management in mind. And if anyone has some good funding opportunities, then let me know. And then monitoring and evaluation. So important at this stage was it gets to a point where you need some funding to make things happen, and we fortunately got some money from ITC and YEP to work with stakeholders, and for a process that is kind of led locally by the Gambia Tourism Board, and they were able to support in a number of different ways: product development, marketing, capacity building, research and planning, etc., etc. But it's important to find that funding partner at a certain stage when you really want to deliver things. As part of this funding, we invested a lot in community-based tourism capacity building, particularly looking at product development at village level to develop those experiences along the trail with communities. Did a lot of work on guide training and training of trainers. And for anyone who's interested in this, I've put a link here to the Fresh from the Field approach to community-based tourism, which takes a sort of supply chain approach. And this was very much the model that we used in the communities, and it's really good. And that link there takes you through that process. And we've kind of been trying to follow that in terms of our approach to capacity building. And it includes, a lot of practicalities: food hygiene, health and safety, basic accounting, setting up the structures within a community, built on the structures that are already there. So, village tourism committees were established, but, just part of the existing village development committees, etc., etc. We also have spent a lot of time trying to support the responsible engagement of local tour operators and guides. So the existing local ground tour operators are going to be key for selling and delivering the Ninki Nanka Trail products. And we've done a lot of training on responsible tourism, on the product itself, and interpretation. We've had a FAM trip. Importantly, we've developed with them a responsible tour operators code of conduct, which sets out a list of requirements, including adhering to the Gambia Tourism Board licensing requirements for those tour operators who are going to benefit from being able to get be able to use the brand and be supported through the Gambia Tourism Board to sell the Ninki Nanka Trail packages. We've looked at pricing, the contribution for communities, worked with suppliers and accommodation providers along the way. And cut a long story short, we've developed 4 Ninki Nanka Trail packages, 2 overland and 2 river-based, which we are now hoping to promote and sell. And we were going to launch at ITB this year, but sadly that didn't happen to COVID, so things have come to a bit of a grinding halt on that front. For anyone who's interested to find out more, there is going to be a website, but it's not live yet. There's a link here to a draft product manual where you can see the products that we've been developing. You can find out more about the code of conduct. You can find out more about the responsible tour operator practices that we're requiring from operators who sell and deliver the trail. Marketing support is another aspect that we've learned a lot of useful things about. We did a collaborative branding process with local communities and stakeholders to develop the brand. we have done a fam trip with international tour operators and promoting it at kind of the international trade fairs, so just starting that sale. And then lastly, I've gone over the time here, another aspect of this stage of the development of the trail has been to focus on how do we manage that interaction between tourists and local people responsibly, and particularly in this context where we're bringing tourists that may not be familiar with Africa into villages that may not be familiar with tourists. You know, you need to think very carefully about what can we do on the ground to support that interaction to be really positive exchange. And we've developed cultural guidelines with local communities, with tourists. We've tried very hard in terms of product design to take that into account. We've developed clear messages in our interpretation plan to support that, guide training, thinking carefully about responsible giving schemes along the trail, and things like that. So to wrap up then, the future of the Ninki Nanka Trail. Challenges, we need to, you know, there's a lot more that needs to be done, a lot more investment that's needed, so we'll inevitably kind of be looking at trying to fit with international donors' processes and priorities, and making the Ninki Nanka Trail tick the right boxes for the funders. We need to really invest more in product development, not just in marketing. Capital issues, infrastructure issues, capacity issues. We need to really focus now on the environmental management of the trail, now that it's really becoming, it's ready for market. I mean, it already exists, but I think we need to catch up in terms of that. And we need to recover from COVID-19, and who knows when that will be, but it will have to also revisit what needs to be done in the current context. In terms of opportunities, the product is really, really beautiful, and the experiences on offer are very special. There's a great demand for it that we've learned from our research and our fan trips. If we can have the sufficient quality and value for money, there's a lot of local ownership. Well, it's owned locally, and there's a lot of enthusiasm for it locally. And there's some new higher quality accommodation that's now going to be built by the Gambian Tourism Board along the trail, which will help address some of those problems. And the other thing, just to flag up here while I have a stage, is we have also just founded Ninki Nanka Encounters Foundation. It's a Gambian charity supported in the UK by a community interested company, which is essentially about supporting all the different stakeholders involved to carry on in developing the Ninki Nanka Trail, to support the development of the trail in a responsible way, and fill some of those gaps and capacity that will be there in terms of, you know, implementing the trail, and also hopefully supporting a really different kind of interaction to happen between tourists and local people. Sorry, I've gone over. Thank you very much. Any questions, feel free.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now we would like to invite the audience to text your questions in the YouTube channel. I see some message here congratulating Professor Lucy for her thoughts and speech. Please, is there any question? I have a specific question for you, Professor. I would like you to explain more about existing incentive mechanisms in place to support or promote local entrepreneurship in these communities, and to integrate traditional community activities in a product development. Okay, so they are, let's say, more formal integration in a tourist offer or package, and also the way these communities perceiving the tourism development or the tourism strategy. Please, could you explain a little bit more about that?
Okay, quickly note those down so don't forget. So the first question, in terms of incentives, I think the focus for the incentives so far have been around incentives for the local ground tour operators in terms of one, having a very good new product for them to sell in a context where there are the existing excursion operator is very tired in a market where there's lots of repeat visitors who've done most of the key sites. So one is in terms of supporting them to have a new product. Secondly, in terms of incentives for engaging with the trail responsible tourism development process, the logic has been that if tour operators are willing to sort of support the ethos behind the trail in doing business differently, so as to kind of protect the environment and to maximize benefits to the local community, and they become an official Ninki Nanka tour operator, they can then benefit from access to all the promotional support through the Gambia Tourism Board. So promotion at world travel markets, access to a website, fam trips, etc., etc. So use of the logo, use of the branding. So hopefully, from a business perspective, that is an incentive to be kind of very publicly recognised as an official Ninki Nanka Trail operator. And then, you know, there'll also be a list of kind of registered operators. So hopefully that's some sort of an incentive. Also in terms of accessing a lot of the training and capacity building and other support that's been provided through the development process has hopefully been of some benefit. And I think further incentives will be about giving them support to access sustainability certification schemes, which they may well not have been able to afford to do. I think more could be done, but in terms of the budget that's available at the moment, that's kind of the approach to incentives that we've done so far. In terms of incorporating traditional activities in a tourism product, it has to be given kind of very careful thought. I think this process has very much been led by people in the Gambia, and I think the way in which the trail is done is visits happen very much to fit in to the rhythm of life that they find when they get to the community. So, you know, if they're visiting the community and there's a funeral and no one's there, then that's so be it, rather than wanting to disrupt or disrespect, and that is that respect of things happening locally is taking priority, is kind of very much the approach that's been taken, and when we visit the communities through the structure that we have, there is clearly a process by which the community actively select which parts of their tradition they want to share and which parts that they don't. But at the moment, tourism is very small scale, and I can't see any particular issues at the moment, but I think it's something that we would need to manage very carefully through the relationships that we have with the community. And how communities perceive tourism development, it's been really interesting. So I've been working in the Gambia about 15 years, looking at communities' involvement in tourism, and it depends on where you go and how much experience they have of tourism. Generally, it's viewed very positively as a complementary livelihood that supports their existence, which is typically kind of based on local agriculture, and so it's viewed positively as an income source, and there is a genuine enthusiasm for meeting and hosting people, you know, from other countries and other cultures. I think when those communities that are very new to tourism, and we've kind of consulted them about what they think the impacts might be, there is limited understanding of what those impacts might be, and they can be quite idealistic about what tourism could bring. Others might be concerned about some of the negative impacts it could bring. So I think as a rule, we've tended to include places on the trail that already have some sort of familiarity with tourism and have a positive relationship with tourism along the way. But there are issues that tourism would bring that need to be very carefully managed. You know, I think hopefully the approach of working through the village development committees that we will be the Ninki Nanka Trail. To say we, you know, that all those stakeholders involved in that we will become aware of things if they become an issue, so that action can be taken. But generally, there's a clear hunger and tradition of hosting tourism. I think that's
Thank
those
you.
two
Thank
questions.
you. Yes, thank you very clearly. Thank you very much. We have other comments here. Well, later you can see the comments, but here the Chaitanya says that, thank you very much, Professor Lucy. A question, as women empowerment is not just a question of the creation of more female jobs, how the community-based tourism model could contribute to women empowerment. Is there any evidence or best practice in the Gambia case study?
Interestingly, the in terms of the enterprises that we engage with along the trail, whether that's guide groups, dance groups, cultural groups, homestays, the women's groups, and, you know, along the River Gambia, you know, communities traditionally have all sorts of different women's groups, cooperatives. So, you know, whether it's a group around tie and dye or dance or baking or looking after poultry, the cooperatives around gardening, there are a lot of established women's groups along the trail. And interestingly, they are generally much more organized and taking much better advantage of the trail than kind of, you know, other groups in the community. And I think they have, I guess, in terms of economic empowerment through the trail, then kind of formalizing their provision of services through, whether it's selling their produce or delivering cultural activities along the way. There's a lot happening. I think to support that that economic empowerment, at least, the project needs to do more in terms of supporting them with their product delivery. I think there's perhaps it would be an interesting exercise to review the membership of the tourism committees that the village development committees have set up from a gender perspective. I think it would be a good exercise to review it all from a gender lens. Also, the guiding initiatives that have been supported, some of the best guides are female guides, young, bright students living in rural areas who are very much driving their part of the trail in their destination. So we have some clear leadership from women. But I think, in all honesty, it's something we need to more actively look at. I think there's a great fertile opportunity to really use it as a vehicle for women's empowerment. But I don't think we should be complacent and assume that it's just going to happen automatically. I think we could do more on that front, but it's got a very promising start in terms of a high level of engagement of women in the process that we've been going through.
Yes, thank you. I will have another question. Iman Esawiya is asking, Professor Lucy, given the increasing use of technology worldwide, particularly in the tourism industry, are there some studies regarding the level of technology adoption in tourism in Gambia?
I think the honest answer is I don't know in terms of specific studies. In terms of the opportunity for using technology to support tourism development, I'm aware that it's, as in the rest of the world, the way in which the product is marketed and sold now relies incredibly on online media, etc., and that Gambia has a fairly poor internet connection, and so that's something that they're kind of urgently and soon to address. I think that's going to get better soon. And another issue is actually being able to purchase products direct online, and so I think there are some there is a need for technological improvements, which I know have been recognised in the recent economic kind of development plans at a national level, are really prioritising technology now as a vehicle for trying to maximise the benefits that the country can get from tourism. In terms of technology on the trail, we are kind of increasingly looking at how we can use technology to support responsible giving along the trail, so people can donate in a coordinated and responsible fashion online, should they want to, rather than having every place that they stop off being faced with sort of giving to individuals. Using technology to share information about the culture and traditions, and using technology to kind of raise awareness of things as well on the trail, and also our approach to developing our website and everything. It is key, and I think I would be interested to learn more about developing community-based tourism with the support of technology, see whether there's something there that we're missing in terms of taking the trail forward. So whoever asked that question, if you've got any ideas or suggestions, I'd really like to hear them.
Yes. For the moment, they would like to thank you for your response. And also, they would like to know about future research works you are working on, or research challenge that you are facing in this topic.
So, lots of research planned. I must confess, I'm not a professor yet. I am studying my PhD, and I'm studying on the Gambia, community-based tourism in the Gambia in particular, focusing on interaction between tourists and local people. Although it's nice to be called a professor, I'm not quite there yet. So in terms of my own research, I will be doing a series of research. One will be looking at the tour operator perspective on community-based tourism in the Gambia, and what they can do to manage tourist-host interaction. I shall be looking at the local perspective about the current interaction that they have with local people, and what they think about it, and how we can manage that interaction responsibly from the perspective of local people. My colleagues have been looking at the interpretation and storytelling of community-based tourism, also a heritage management perspective of the kind of heritage along the trail. There is, in terms of research that needs to be done, we really need to do a proper piece of applied research to really understand the environmental management needs along the trail. And we also need to, interesting you said about the potential technology to contribute would be interesting. And I think we've done a lot of market research already, but I think and also research around sustainable technologies that we could use along the trail, both on the boats and in the accommodation, and to use that research to help us address some of the major challenges that the trail faces in terms of making sure that as numbers increase, that we have the right environmental processes in place, but also social cultural impact management processes in place too.
Thank you very much. Well, now that you mentioned tour operators, I would like to know, it has been demonstrated the great opportunities and benefits that tour operators provide in some cases, but in other specific cases, they have threatened the future of local travel agency. What do you think about this in the case of Gambia?
It is a very tricky balance between incentivizing and rewarding those tour operators who meet the requirements, including licensing requirements, everything, to then disadvantage those who do not meet those requirements. And so if you're a tour operator in the Gambia that isn't able to afford to pay their license, to pay their insurances, that has other gaps in what they're able to provide, then it's hard in that those tour operators who are meeting those requirements are going to get preferential kind of market access, but the trail won't work if it's not delivered to meet certain health and safety and quality standards. I think what needs to happen and is happening is for those tour operators who are threatened by the trail are also invited to benefit from a wide range of capacity building and other business support. It's a competitive industry, and I'm not sure what we could do to remove competition, but I think it's important that the government and other stakeholders involved in the Gambia also try and support as many tour operators as possible to develop as a business and kind of meet the standards that they need to meet, so that we aren't the success of the trail isn't at the detriment of some. But in the Gambia, it's a very small country, and we invited all tour operators to participate and work with us, and we've had a high level of engagement, and we work with the Tour Operators Association, who have responded very positively and engaged really, really well with the various exercises that we've been doing. And I think it's viewed very much as the trail is viewed as a national opportunity for the Gambia, and if it is bringing the right sort of tourists to the Gambia, then hopefully that will have a wider benefit for many people.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? I don't see more questions in the chat. Just to we are on time, but we cannot reschedule. The next parallel session begins at noon, but we cannot reschedule because speakers are not here yet. So please, Professor, if you would like to share your last remarks and say goodbye, so that we can close this session.
Okay, well, thank you very much for listening in today. I hope what we've been learning along the way in the Gambia has been of some use, and I hope that you'll get a chance to come to the Gambia and do the Ninki Nanka Trail for yourself one day. And I would invite you all to get in touch if you have any further thoughts or questions, then I'd very much like to hear from you. So all the very best, and enjoy your break. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the audience. We come back at noon with the parallel session. Okay. Thank you very much. I have a nice coffee break. Bye. Good morning again. And now we shall move to the first panel of presentations of today. According to the program, we have 6 presentations in this first group by researchers from Madrid, Morocco, and UK. Unfortunately, Professor Nuria Fernandez Garcia of the Autonomous University of Madrid, the second speaker of today, cannot attend. She's sick, so we will wish her a speedy recovery. The audience is following these presentations in live streaming through our website and the YouTube channel. Just to remind you that the chat is available for you to text comments, questions that you would like to make to the speakers, and that I will be sharing with the presenters at the end, okay? The first work today is entitled 2030 Agenda and Tourism Competitiveness in Africa from the Autonomous University of Madrid, Professor Jose Miguel Rodriguez Anton and Luis Rubio Andrada. Thank you very much for participating. Next presenters can start sharing their presentation consecutively, okay? Thank you very much, Professor Jose Miguel and Luis Rubio. The floor is yours. Please take 1 minute to introduce yourself and later just start with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I hope you are in good health. My name is Jose Miguel Rodriguez Anton, and I will present, together with my colleague, Professor Luis Rubio, the paper entitled 2030 Agenda and Tourism Competitive in Africa. Also, the African continent has many important tourist attractions. At present, both the volume of international tourists and especially the tourist income they generate are relatively low. The African continent has a world market share of international arrivals of 4.8% and a market share of tourism revenue of 2.6%. All data are in the paper. But what is the reason for the relatively low tourist competitiveness of the African continent? One of the reasons is the presumable relationship between sustainability and tourism competitiveness. Consequently, the research question raised in this paper is there a statistically significant correlation between the level of tourism competitiveness of African countries and their degree compliance with the Sustainable Development Goals? To answer this question, a study has been carried out and applied to the top 32 tourist African countries. Next, my colleague will develop the explanation of the methodology used to answer our research question, as well as the results achieved. Whenever you want, Luis.
First of all, it's a real pleasure to attend this international conference and share this house with all of you. And talking about methodology, with the aim of calculating the correlation between the tourist competitiveness of African countries and compliance with the 2030 agenda, this study will analyze the 14 pillars into which the World Economic Forum is report breaks down in tourism competitiveness index. B, what is the position of the 32 main African countries receiving international tourism? Next, an exploratory factor analysis will be carried out to deepen the understanding of the number of factors or components included in these 14 pillars of tourism competitiveness. Next, the degree of compliance with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by these 32 African countries will be studied, and then an exploratory factor analysis will be carried out to deepen the understanding on how many factors or components are found in those goals. Lastly, a statistical analysis will be carried out using the Pearson correlation coefficient which allows us to answer the research question and determine whether there is a statistical significant correlation between the tourist competitiveness and compliance with the 2030 agenda in Africa. Jose Miguel, can you advance to the next slide?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Here you can see the 14 pillars of competitiveness and how they are organized in 4 competitiveness factors, and we'll mention quickly. From the left to the right, we have enabling an environment with 5 pillars. Second, travel and tourism enabling conditions with 4 pillars. Infrastructure with 3 pillars, and finally, natural and cultural resources with 2. The next slide, Jose Miguel, please. Yes, thank you. Here we show you the well-known 70 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, from 1, no poverty, to 0 hunger and so on, up to 17 partnerships for the goals. Slide, Jose Miguel. Thank you. As an illustration of this study, an index dispersion diagram has been made, which has shown that in general terms, as an African country complies to a greater extent with the SDGs established by the United Nations, it is more competitive as a tourist destination. In this diagram, the values of the general tourism competitiveness index, which is a first significant factor of the IFA factorial analysis, have been placed in the vertical axis, and in the horizontal ones, the global index of sustainable development objectives, which is the first significant factor of the IFA of the group of this kind of variables. The best situated country is Mauritius, which appears as an ellipse in the blue at the top right. And the worst situated is Chad, which appears as an orange ellipse at the bottom left of the diagram. Jose Miguel, can you advance? Next slide. Thank you. The results achieved allows us to affirm that there is a direct relationship between sustainability and tourism competitiveness. However, neither of these two concepts of cost truth are one-dimensional, as defined respectively by the United Nations through its 2030 agenda and by the World Economic Forum through its World Tourism Competitiveness Index. These results lead us to affirm that both sustainability and competitiveness are complex concepts that are difficult to measure, since they include a very heterogeneous aspect that, although internally related to each other, show certain divergences. Given the situation of heterogeneity of variables, it was decided to select the first of the factors extracted from the IFA carry out both on the pillars that determine the tourism competitiveness index and on the components of the 2030 agenda. Both explain a high percentage of the variance total in the first case, 33%, and in the second one, 40%. The extracted results indicate that there is a statistically significant correlation for the 32 African countries considered, obtaining a Pearson correlation coefficient of 0.659. These values allow us to affirm that if African countries assessed appropriately incorporating sustainability in their tourism policies, they would improve their levels of tourism competitiveness and consequently increase the contribution of the tourism sector to national wealth, which is in turn would increase their employment generation. Specifically, action aims at achieving A, related to SDG 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. Related to SDG 4, ensure inclusive and equitable equality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. related to SDG 9, build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Related to SDG 11, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And finally, related to SDG 16, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. All these would act as levers to improve the tourism competitiveness, since they are significantly correlated and with a positive sign in all cases, with 10 of the 14 pillars of tourism competitiveness. As can be seen, these 5 SDGs are closely related to the social aspect of sustainability and not the environmental one. These facts seem to indicate that of the 3 concepts that underlie the term sustainability, the one that is more related to tourism competitiveness is not environmental but social. This is all. Thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to your questions and suggestions about this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation, professors. I would like to remind you, for those who are joining us at this moment, that the YouTube channel and the chat, you can text your questions and comments about the presentation, but we will share with you questions and comments at the end. So let's move to the second presentation of today, entitled L'analyse de l'offre de la formation en tourisme à l'ère de la digitalisation au Maroc, étude explorateur par les méthodes EPC du professionnel, e-commerce en gestion touristique. These are researchers from Université Hassan II, Université Sidi Mohammed Ben Abdellah from Morocco, Sarah Yassin, and Noor Eddin Jalal. Thank you very much for your participation. Could you please share your screen and your presentation, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm trying to share my presentation.
Okay. Do you see the option? Screen share.
Yes. File, add the file.
If not, I can share my screen and you only speak. It's okay for you if I share my screen if you don't find it?
No, I have it. I'm not able to share the screen. I have the presentation. Share screen share.
I think now it's okay.
It's okay. Okay, cool. You are able to see my screen?
It's loading.
You are seeing? Okay, cool. Okay, my presentation will be
just
in
open
French,
your PowerPoint, please.
Sorry?
Your
what
PowerPoint. Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, my presentation will be in French, not in English. So yeah, Bonjour à tout le monde, je suis professeure Yassine Sarah. Je suis professeure d'économie et de gestion à la faculté des sciences juridiques, économiques et sociales de l'université Hassan. Je présente ce travail avec mon collègue professeur Nordin Jalal, qui est issu de l'université Allal Ben Abdullah. Aujourd'hui, nous vous présentons une analyse, un travail sur l'analyse de l'offre de la formation en tourisme à l'ère de la digitalisation au Maroc. Il s'agit d'une étude exploratoire par la méthode professionnelle ou méthode APC du professionnel e-commerce en gestion touristique. Le plan de notre présentation, ou cette présentation sera en 3 temps. Le premier, c'est une présentation de la problématique. Le deuxième, c'est une explication de ce qu'on veut dire par la compétence et l'approche par la compétence. Et puis, nous présentons dans un troisième temps notre étude empirique et ses principaux résultats. Et cette partie, elle sera présentée par mon collègue professeur Nordin Jalal. En ce qui concerne notre problématique ou le compte étude, en fait, il faut prendre en considération tout d'abord au Maroc que le tourisme est un pôle économique très important. Il contribue à peu près à 7% du PIB national. Et le tourisme avec la digitalisation a connu vraiment un bouleversement et un changement des modes de consommation. Donc maintenant, on voit que les consommateurs, ou ce qu'on appelle aussi les touristonautes, ils vont vers tout ce qui est réservation en ligne et demande des packages et aussi impacte les hôtels et les restaurants dans la mesure où ils laissent des commentaires et ils commencent à avoir très important ce qu'on appelle la e-réputation. Donc, dans ce sens, les professionnels du tourisme sont invités ou obligés de changer leur mode de fonctionnement et leur mode de travail. C'est dans ce sens-là que cette étude a été faite. C'est pour analyser un petit peu les besoins en formation en matière de e-commerce au niveau du tourisme de manière générale. Donc, cette étude, elle a fait appel bien évidemment à ce qu'on appelle l'approche par les compétences. D'abord, qu'est-ce qu'on voudrait dire par la compétence? Et ici, il ne faut pas confondre le monde professionnel et la compétence au niveau de l'éducation. À notre niveau, au niveau de notre étude, on est plus orienté vers l'approche par compétence qui est liée à la formation. Tout d'abord, quand on fait une analyse de la théorie, on essaie un petit peu de trouver une définition pour la compétence. On est face à plusieurs définitions et c'est là, c'est au chercheur de trouver sa propre définition, comme le dit Tardif, le chercheur Tardif. Alors, on a arrêté cette définition qui est la compétence en éducation peut être présente dans un degré de ressources que l'individu mobilise pour appréhender d'une manière efficace une situation ou une famille de situations. Donc, à ce niveau-là, tout en faisant référence à la définition, il parle de 3 éléments qu'il faut intégrer au niveau de la définition. Et la famille des situations. Donc, les ressources et composantes, ou plutôt quand on parle de l'efficacité de l'âme et le savoir agir, on parle ici d'une action qui a une finalité et qui doit être marquée bien évidemment par son efficacité. Quand on parle de ressources, on est plus là sur des ressources internes et des ressources externes. Les ressources internes, c'est tout ce qui est capacité, habilité et connaissance. Et tout ce qui est ressources externes, c'est lié tout ce qui est social, spatial, temporel et l'ordre matériel de l'individu. Et puis, on a ce qu'on appelle les mobilisations, la mobilisation des ressources. On parle de compétences, on parle d'une intégration des ressources. Donc, il s'agit ici d'un ensemble d'opérations mentales et bien évidemment la famille de situations, là où on va appliquer cet ensemble. Donc, pour dire à la fin que quand on parle de compétences, donc on fait référence à ces 4 éléments-là. D'une manière très brève, je voudrais parler de l'approche par compétences en ingénierie de formation et son contexte d'émergence. Il faut savoir que l'approche par compétences a émergé à partir des années 70 aux États-Unis et donc elle est venue pour répondre aux lacunes de l'approche, ce qu'on appelle l'approche par objectif ou ce qu'on appelle l'APO. Et donc, à ce niveau-là, on n'est plus sur une approche behavioriste, mais on est plus sur une approche on est plus sur une approche socio-constructiviste et plus sur une approche behavioriste. Donc, comme vous voyez ici dans ce slide, l'approche par compétence, elle fait bien évidemment appel à des ressources qu'on appelle des ressources cognitives, à savoir le savoir-être et le savoir. Tout ça est combiné pour avoir ce qu'on appelle le savoir-agir ou le savoir-agir situationnel. Donc, on pourrait dire l'APC constitue un mode qui coupe avec le mode d'enseignement traditionnel où l'enseigné ou l'apprenant devient lui-même au niveau de la formation. Donc, vous voyez avec moi ici la logique d'apprentissage au niveau de l'APC. On peut la classer en 5 étapes. La première étape, c'est l'exploration, donc c'est la découverte. Puis, on passe dans un deuxième temps, comme vous voyez ici, sur les notions de base, puis sur des tâches simples, des tâches pour parler par la suite d'une transformation des apprentissages où là, l'individu développe ses propres compétences, son propre savoir-agir situationnel. Donc là, j'ai expliqué vite fait qu'est-ce qu'on voudrait dire par l'approche par la compétence et la logique par compétence. Maintenant, on va se focaliser sur la méthodologie de l'approche par compétence qui est surtout utilisée au niveau du secteur professionnel. Et au Maroc, par exemple, on fait appel à cette méthodologie depuis les années 2000 pour la formation professionnelle. Et à ce niveau-là, on utilise des guides méthodologiques inspirés de méthodologies américaines et canadiennes. Donc, il faut savoir tout d'abord que l'ingénierie de formation de l'APC, elle utilise le marché de travail comme référence ou le métier comme référence pour développer les programmes de formation. Mais avant de développer bien évidemment les programmes de formation, il faut tout d'abord faire une étude, ce qu'on appelle une étude de planification. Donc, en parlant de l'ingénierie de formation, il faut savoir que cette ingénierie nous aide à arrêter les programmes de formation avec les référentiels et puis nous permet une implantation puis une évaluation des programmes de formation. Donc, pour expliquer vite fait, pardon, excusez-moi, ici, vous avez l'étape qui est l'étude de planification. Ce qu'on appelle, c'est une première étape qui permet d'évaluer les besoins et limiter les champs de formation. Et c'est le sujet même de notre présentation aujourd'hui. Après cette étude de planification, on développe ce qu'on appelle, on fait une étude plus avancée et on est sur phase référentielle métier. La phase référentielle métier, elle permet d'identifier ou d'arrêter la fonction de travail qui nous permet de dégager les différentes tâches, les différentes opérations, puis arrêter les différentes compétences qui sont traduites par la suite par un projet de formation. Ce projet de formation qui est développé par la suite par un programme de formation avec des objectifs bien déterminés. On développe par la suite ce qu'on appelle le référentiel d'évaluation. Le référentiel d'évaluation, c'est un outil parmi d'autres qui permet de sanctionner les apprentissages, et on développe ce qu'on appelle le guide d'organisation matérielle et pédagogique qui est destiné bien évidemment aux formateurs et aux directeurs d'établissement. Une fois tous ces outils sont prêts, on implante le programme et on attend à peu près entre 3 ans à 5 ans pour évaluer encore une fois l'efficacité du programme et rebelote refaire le même travail qui est étude de planification, référentiel, développement des différents guides, etc., etc. Donc, je cède la parole à mon collègue Jalal Nourdin pour vous parler un petit peu davantage de l'étude qu'on avait menée au niveau du secteur du tourisme pour... tu m'entends? Nourdin, est-ce que tu peux prendre la parole ou je termine?
Bah, écoutez, maintenant, je pense, je ne sais pas si il nous reste encore du temps. Allô?
Vas-y. Moi, je vais toujours présenter, termine ta présentation, ok?
Allez-y, oui, d'accord. Ça marche. Allô?
Oui, vas-y.
Alors, je vais passer rapidement sur la méthodologie de l'enquête, l'enquête terrain dans le secteur du tourisme pour évaluer un petit peu l'implication des professionnels dans l'utilisation de la digitalisation. Donc, nous avons fait une analyse documentaire relative aux organismes et au secteur touristique. Et après, nous avons choisi un échantillon d'entreprises basé sur les régions, les produits qui sont les ventes et aussi les destinations touristiques. Donc, nous avons divisé le territoire marocain en 3 régions, le nord, le centre et le sud. Et nous avons choisi des entreprises qui chargent soit de l'hébergement, soit du transport, soit des loisirs et bien-être, soit des événements. Donc, tout ça pour avoir une exhaustivité dans la sélection des entreprises et aussi pour avoir une représentation de ces produits. Donc, les principaux résultats que nous avons tirés, c'est qu'il y a vraiment une vraie révolution digitale que le Maroc connaît, que les clients ils utilisent plusieurs supports de connexion, ils basculent d'un support à un autre, les ordinateurs, les tablettes et les smartphones. Donc, il y a une offre très large, mais ceci ne nous permet pas d'avoir les chiffres et les données de ce secteur puisqu'ils sont presque inexistants. Mais il y a une politique qui a été engagée par le Maroc dans l'utilisation de la digitalisation. Il y a tout un corpus normatif qui a été édité pour assurer la sécurité des transactions et aussi pour réduire les intermédiaires. Et comme c'est une des politiques qui a été inaugurée au Maroc. Donc, les principaux résultats de la fonction de travail, parce que cette enquête avait pour but de spécifier les contours de la fonction du travail, de la fonction e-commerce des produits touristiques. Donc, d'une manière générale, la population qui exerce le travail est relativement jeune. Donc, entre 25 à 40 ans, cette tranche d'âge occupe presque 57%. Et les tenants de poste sont des personnes qui comptent à leur actif plusieurs années d'expérience dans 61% des entreprises enquêtées. Alors, la fonction du travail du professionnel en e-commerce est une fonction qui pourrait être qualifiée d'incontournable, voire même déterminante pour l'optimisation des revenus annuels et des marges et organisation des entreprises. Donc, cette enquête nous a permis un petit peu de voir l'architecture du programme de formation ou bien des tâches de celui qui tient le poste de e-commerce pour que par la suite, dans une deuxième étape, comme ma collègue l'avait bien spécifié dans le processus d'élaboration du programme, nous allons établir un rapport sur l'analyse de situation de travail. Parmi les tâches qui incombent aux professionnels tenant de poste de e-commerce, il applique la grille tarifaire de l'entreprise, il surveille l'indicateur de performance de l'entreprise, il applique la promotion des prestations et il gère les réseaux sociaux et réputation. Et ça, c'est une tâche qui est vraiment très, très importante parce qu'elle engage la réputation et elle engage la qualité de service de ces unités de production. Participer aussi à la mise en place de la politique tarifaire et promotionnelle et bien sûr rendre compte du fonctionnement de l'entreprise. Donc, je pourrais dire que cette enquête nous a permis un petit peu de brosser les contours de la fonction du travail et que par la suite, nous allons faire un focus group avec les professionnels. À travers cette démarche, nous allons essayer de faire l'esquisse d'un programme de formation et aussi par la suite, comme ma collègue l'avait déjà souligné, il y a tout un dispositif de guide qui seront élaborés, le programme de formation, l'évaluation et aussi par la suite tout ce qui est rapport avec l'évaluation et le guide d'organisation matérielle et pédagogique. Donc, d'une manière générale, la formation au Maroc sur la digitalisation reste très limitée, puisque de toute façon, maintenant il y a une approche vers la digitalisation et nous avons essayé de faire un benchmark entre les projets de formation en France et au Canada, et on se rend compte qu'eux, ils ont pris la peine, il y a des années, d'anticiper cette démarche de digitalisation. Par contre, nous, au Maroc, nous sommes en train de suivre un petit peu et d'être à la page de cette digitalisation. De toutes les façons, et pour conclure, le gouvernement marocain a pris conscience depuis le début de la décennie de l'importance de la digitalisation et il essaie d'offrir un cadre normatif pour structurer et pour limiter et pour sécuriser surtout les transactions qui se font à travers les e-commerce. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very complete work. Now we shall move to the next presentation. Next presentation will, sorry? Is there a question? Okay. Next presentation will be the last one, entitled Implications of Brexit for Africa, from Tourism to Trade, Investment and Geopolitics, made by Professor Jean-Marc Trail. Welcome, Professor, from University of Bradford. This is the last presentation of today because there are two speakers that are not connected yet, but probably they have experienced some technical problems, but we'll wait for them. So I give you the floor, Professor Jean-Marc. Thank you very much. If you would like to take 1 minute to introduce yourself before presenting, it is great. Thank you.
Hello. So can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay.
Just put the full presentation mode.
So it's better this way. Well, first of all, just briefly I would like to say good afternoon to everyone. And it's a pleasure to be participating again in one of the conferences organized by AMENET. I think this is a very important series of conferences which have a clear focus on integration, and in the world in which we live at the moment, it is really crucial. So hello from Yorkshire, hello from Northern England, UK. As you know, the UK is in a rather shambolic state with this Brexit, combined with the COVID-19 issues which have not been dealt with properly in this country. So I'm Jean-Marc Trouille, I'm a Jean Monnet Chair at the University of Bradford. So to start with, I would like to make some brief remarks.
Sorry,
on...
Professor,
yeah?
sorry. Could you please put the full screen, the full presentation mode of your PowerPoint?
Oh, yes, yes. Apologies. Now I need to get rid of my... okay. That should work now.
Great, thanks.
Excellent. Yes, first of all, the title, the Anglo-European divorce. Simply Anglo-European, because Brexit is an English problem. It's not a British problem, it's an English problem. Scotland did not vote for it, Northern Ireland did not vote for it, and Wales voted with a small majority for it, but because of the English settlers who have voted in Wales. So it is really a British problem to do with British national populism. But let's jump to the next slide. This is our plan. The impact of Brexit on the EU economy will be our first point. And Brexit and Europe-Africa relations, Britain's Africa policy post-Brexit, and then we'll try to find some conclusions on how the implications of Brexit for sub-Saharan Africa in terms of tourism, trade and investment, development aid and remittances can be turned to some advantage, given that there are opportunities and threats. There seem to be more threats than opportunities, but there are also opportunities for Africa. So let's carry on. Very briefly, about the context of Brexit. Historically, the UK has had an ambivalent relationship with Europe. Winston Churchill declared to the General de Gaulle in June 1944, when de Gaulle was absolutely furious not to have been informed of the landing in Normandy. If Britain must choose between Europe and the open sea, Britain will always choose the open sea. And he added, every time I have to choose between you, de Gaulle, and Roosevelt, I will always choose Roosevelt. That sounded a bit crude. And in the same evening, they had a fine dinner with fine French wine, and they had a lot of, there was a lot of tension between the two, but also a lot of respect. The British also are known for their pragmatism, and you can see this in the pragmatic approach of Margaret Thatcher in 1975, when the first referendum on Europe took place. We are inextricably part of Europe. No one will ever be able to take us out of Europe. For Europe is where we are and where we have always been. Now, oh, what's happened? I can't. Right. Okay. So an explanation to explain Brexit is to use the variety of capitalism theory. We haven't got time to expand on this theory, but this is interesting to quote Mario Monti from who declared there are two opposite camps today. On the one hand, those who scorn Europe for being willing to sell its soul and settle for purely market-oriented society. On the other hand, those who claim that the inflexibility that hinders Europe's economy is responsible for low growth rates, too much market influence in one case, too little in the other. We need to overcome this ideological controversy in order to get a clearer view of the fact. He was already in the early 2000s talking about an ideological issue, an ideological controversy. But let's move on to the next slide. These varieties of capitalism are very useful in order to explain the phenomenon of Brexit, because in the LME, you find the UK, and the CME you find many in other coordinated market economies. You find, for example, Germany, France, and several other continental European countries. But let's move on to Brexit, the drivers of Brexit. It was all about tax avoidance for the wealthiest. Incidentally, the EU anti-tax avoidance directive was coming. Opportunities for currency speculation are very interesting for some. The media have been hostile to the EU for the last 2 to 3 decades. Daily Telegraph, Daily Mail, Daily Express, Sun, and even the BBC. Russian meddling took place in foreign elections. The UK government ignored completely the Russian interference report, and it ignored the threat. Cambridge Analytica, a psychological warfare firm, identified millions of people to be targeted just before the referendum. Facebook was used to send unsolicited online material to with 1.5 billion dark ads, and so on. The rise of English nationalism, use of populist rhetoric. The result is that Brexit has been the UK's version of Trump, or Alternative für Deutschland, or Orban in Hungary, or Bolsonaro in Brazil. If you have time and wish to have my slides, then you will be able to see how these dark ads have influenced just at the right moment the outcome of the referendum. Global Britain. Well, after Brexit, the government tries to promote Britain as Global Britain. However, the UK will be geopolitically more isolated. Since January this year, the UK has no vote, no voice, no veto. With Brexit, the UK is sacrificing prosperity for prejudice. Now, this is going to have an effect on the partner that African countries will find in the UK. Yeah? So no one has been able to provide any evidence of any benefit from leaving the EU for the overall majority of the UK population. With Brexit, the UK becomes the only country in the world to impose economic sanctions on itself and its citizens. This is the greatest act of national self-harm short of war. So post-Brexit, and another remark here, the UK will be the first nation on earth to ever deliberately try to negotiate worst trade conditions with its customer countries and allies than it has previously. Pascal Lamy puts it this way. He says, this will be the first negotiation in history where both parties started off with free trade and discussed what barriers to erect. I think I'll jump to this slide because it would be a bit too long, but it is unlikely that we're going to end up with a revitalized UK in the world under such circumstances. Again, with hard Brexit, the UK is leading the world's largest economic region and trading bloc, and exporter and importer of manufacturing goods and services, and the list would be long. The advantages of being in Europe are numerous. So are we going to end up with a Singapore on the Thames, which has often been described as such? Economically and financially, the UK is ultra-liberal, and uncooperative practices are envisaged to make a no-deal hard Brexit work. Uncooperative macroeconomic policies with much reliance on a weaker pound in order to export more easily and gain a competitive advantage by playing on the value of the currency, external value of the currency, fiscal policies with lower corporate tax, and industrial policies with state aid. So this means these industrial policies mean that the interventionist state is actually being rehabilitated, which is very interesting when we talk about an ultra-liberal country. You wouldn't expect that, but you find this in the US as well. Ultra-liberal on the one hand, but on the other, interventionist or hidden interventionism. So the vision of the UK as an offshore, low tax, low immigration, low regulation, low welfare cowboy economy type with low environmental protection, lower social protection, low health protection, and less workers' rights is actually starting to shape. In this context, the UK leaves the EU and has to renegotiate numerous trade agreements with 168 non-EU countries, which is absolutely massive. This is useful in order to represent the size of the UK on its own, squeezed between the giants. Giants are the US, of course, China. The EU 27 is a regulatory giant. It is a soft power, very soft power. It doesn't have its own army. It has some indubitably some very strong assets and strength. But anyway, this is all relative. However, you can see the small size of the UK as number 6 economic power, actually probably number 7, because now India has taken, India has now a GDP that is higher. Let's move on. Brexit and Europe-Africa relations. Well, Brexit is a game changer for Europe-Africa relations. African countries find themselves with 2 main actors instead of 1. Also, the UK's departure has implications, clear implications for the power dynamics in Brussels. The largest players, Germany and France, now that the UK has withdrawn, have their voice more heard on African issues within the EU. Give you some examples now about kind of repositioning among member states on African issues that is taking place. French President Macron is reshaping the relations that France entertains with African countries. France has accepted the principle of scrapping the CFA franc. France is loosening its influence on the currency of many of its former colonies. And Macron also, and that's not unimportant, of course, he called colonialism a grave mistake, une grave erreur. But other member states, Germany, Spain, but also Italy, Scandinavian countries, the Netherlands, they're all keen to fill the gap left by the UK in EU-Africa relations. So there's a clear perception that Africa is changing fast and that it is attracting increasingly interest among external actors. It wants countries that want to position themselves as if Africa was a chessboard, thinking of their economic, commercial, business, strategic interest. So not least in Europe, but also around the globe, Africa is an increasingly attractive interest among external actors. So not just China, but also India, Japan, the US, Russia, Turkey, South Korea, Israel, Australia, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, Brazil. Everyone to Africa, perhaps not at the moment because of COVID limitations, but there is clearly a strong interest. There is an India-Africa summit taking place now, every now and then, on top of the EU-Africa and China-Africa summit. There is a Japan-Africa summit. There is now even a Russia-Africa summit. Here we are. Let's move on to the next slide. So this gives you a broad view of Africa's biggest trade partners in billion euros. The EU clearly arrives first, even without there here. EU 27 exports to Africa and China is amounts to just a bit over half of it. Then quite far behind, US, India, South Africa, the United Arab Emirates, etc., etc. There is a long tail, and the UK is actually quite far behind, and there is a need to catch up that is quite clearly, quite obvious here. UK export to Africa are also small compared to other EU countries. So how does the UK compare to France, Germany, Italy in terms of exports to Africa, Spain, the Netherlands, etc.? The UK comes also quite far behind, despite its size, despite the fact that it has a lot of post-colonial ties with former colonies, and so on. So next slide. This also shows the leading EU donor countries in billion euros. Here, Germany comes first. Then the UK comes second. So UK development aid is actually quite substantial. France behind. Sweden and Netherlands are comparatively smaller in terms of GDP, but make proportionally higher efforts than the rest. Okay, so now let's move on to the UK-Africa policy strategy post-Brexit. The UK needs to, well, if the UK is to maximize economic opportunities, then it needs to, excuse me, yeah, so the UK strategy consists of reviving, reactivating the Commonwealth links, whilst profiling itself at the same time as global Britain, wide open to business and trade. But if it wants to really maximize economic opportunities, and the UK needs to develop close economic ties, much closer economic ties with emerging economies in Africa and elsewhere. Former Prime Minister Theresa May visited 3 important African countries a year and a half ago. These were Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. Incidentally, 3 very important Anglophone countries. So there was a clear intention there to relaunch cooperation, trade and investment cooperation with those 3 key actors who were identified as very important, incidentally also Commonwealth countries. Then the UK-Africa Investment Summit took place last January. Boris Johnson, instead of going to Davos, stayed in London and organized that summit. And the message that was conveyed was the UK is ready to do business with Africa. That was a very strong message. But in order to become Africa's investment partner of choice, then the UK still has quite some catching up to do. The UK government will try to use its cards. What are the cards? Well, as usual, the Commonwealth, the royal family, the city. The British royal family was represented at the UK-Africa Investment Summit. They could help revive the links with African Commonwealth countries. They're popular, and so on. The last Commonwealth Summit took place in Kigali in June 2020, so just a few months ago, in Rwanda. Rwanda was the first Commonwealth country that is not a member, that is not a former British colony, to actually host a Commonwealth Summit. That is interesting, especially when we consider that Rwanda is currently also the country leading the Francophonie. But in the aftermath of the 1994 genocide, it has gradually become more Anglophone. But the Commonwealth is less relevant today. So it will be interesting to see whether the UK actually succeeds in using the Commonwealth to improve its relations with Africa and beyond. But is this actually sufficient in order for this to be called a strategy? Is this sufficient? Well, the UK is one of the main trade partners of Nigeria, which is Africa's first economy. largely due to the oil sector, of course, otherwise it would be South Africa. But, with a population of 200 million, the largest population of Africa, by 2015, which is not so far away, then Nigeria will have the third largest population of the world, higher than the US. The UK is also an important trade partner for South Africa. And the UK also has historic ties with countries whose economies are expanding rapidly. I'm thinking of Kenya and also Ghana. Now, the city of London, the UK is the second investor worldwide on foreign markets. The city, as ever, is a key element. It counts 112 African companies with a total market capitalization of $168 billion on the London Stock Exchange. This makes the city the most important center for Africa's business outside of Africa. There are plans to increase the city's links as well with African stock exchanges. So as we are aware, of course, Brexit is causing damage, quite severe damage to the city. It is severe, but it is not a complete disaster. London's financial district will survive. It will also survive well. It will have a tough time from the beginning of next year, but it will survive and well. When they lose the passporting rights that has allowed them to sell funds and debts and advice and insurance across the EU without any, unimpeded, as if they were based in the EU. But now thousands of jobs and well over £1 trillion will have already gone of assets. They have already been shifted to Frankfurt, Dublin, Paris, Madrid, and Amsterdam. But the city is 3.5 centuries old. We should never forget that. The city will survive. We should not underestimate its strength and its attractiveness even outside the EU. There are also some facts to mention. The fact that the UK is acting alone would work to its advantage, whereas the EU-Africa strategy may include compromises with EU member states. The UK doesn't have to bother with it. It doesn't have to consult anyone. In any event, the UK's companies will be looking for new markets, irrespective of economic difficulties at home. So whether the UK's strategy will succeed depends on how the UK government and how the Bank of England will steer the economy after Brexit. The EU is not just the UK, but also the EU is also resetting its relationship with Africa post-Brexit. The new Commission understands the full magnitude of the African challenge and the speed of change in Africa. The very first trip abroad of the new EU Commission President last January was to Addis, the seat of the African Union, the capital of Ethiopia, the second most populated country of the continent, one of the world's fastest growing economies. The EU and ACP countries, the Africa, Caribbean and the Pacific group of states, are negotiating a new partnership deal since the Cotonou Agreement, which provides a framework of rules between the bloc, the EU bloc, and the 7 member states of the ACP, but it expired last February. So while an EU-ACP agreement is pending, the discussion in Brussels is whether African countries will work through the ACP or through the African Union. This matters because the African Union is increasingly becoming a global actor, a global player, which has been instrumental in creating the African Continental Free Trade area, which is supported by the EU. So what the EU wants ultimately is a continent-to-continent partnership. This is why the EU is funding activities to promote continental integration. Let's move on now to the fourth. I hope I still have 2 or 3 minutes to cope, to deal with the concluding remarks. But let's move on rapidly now to these implications of Brexit for tourist trade, investment, development aid, remittances, in terms of tourism, tourist destinations that attract lower and middle income British tourists are likely to suffer. They're likely to be more affected simply because the British economy will shrink as a result of Brexit, combined especially with COVID anyway. But Brexit will seriously damage the health of the UK economy. So people with middle income, with lower income, going on holiday to Morocco or Tunisia or Las Palmas or some African destinations will be scarce, certainly for a while. Tourist destinations attracting higher income British tourists may still cope better, so there will always be people with the right purse to go and see the gorillas in Rwanda, for example, despite the exorbitant price. Tourism, now, whilst bilateral tourism statistics between the UK and Africa are not available for the continent, there is a substantial part of European tourists that comes from the UK in some Anglophone destinations. In South Africa, for example, 1 out of 6, but also in Kenya. Well, we're a bit short of time, so let's move now to trade and investment. The UK has to reinvent itself, reinvent an entirely new trade strategy. In the last 40 years, the UK has used trade policy as a soft power, a foreign policy instrument of a soft power, in order to influence its external policies. But after the transition period, which is ending soon, the UK will be a relatively small open economy who won't have much leeway left in order to make use of its policy on trade for foreign policy purposes. We need to bear this in mind. Developing African countries might also benefit from cheap import from the UK if we assume no trade diversion. Hundreds of thousands of EU citizens, mostly from lower income countries like Romania and Bulgaria, come to the UK each year to work in horticulture and agriculture and pick up fruits and so on. An opportunity could materialize there for sub-Saharan workers to replace them. This could be beneficial for their home countries, provided that the wages and the UK currency do not decline. In 2014, Africa exported 16 billion pounds to the UK. So 14% of its exports to the EU went to the UK. That was 5% of its exports to the world. The impact of Brexit is likely to be felt more strongly in those countries and sectors which rely more heavily on the UK. For instance, South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, these countries export more to the UK, and the UK is an important market for exporters of beef, tea, wine, and fruit. So let's also bear in mind the UK is the largest source of FDI and a critical source of remittances for countries like Nigeria. A centerpiece of the UK, of the Brexit campaign, was to reassert stronger trade relationships with Commonwealth countries. However, even if the UK can prioritize such negotiations, it will not be able to secure better arrangements than the EU, because there is an EPA clause that requires EPA countries to also share with the EU any preferential conditions granted in other agreements. So that is a limitation to actually the renegotiation of EPA agreements separately between the UK and the countries concerned. Sorry, it's just something cropping up. Now, just a few last concluding remarks. In terms of development aid, the British exit from the EU creates a new partner for Africa. That is important, but African countries are the main recipients of EU development assistance, so they could potentially feel the impact of Brexit on the EU budget. Remittances are fund transfers from the African diaspora in the UK to their home country. These remittances have lost in value due to the devaluation of the pound following the Brexit referendum, the devaluation of 15%. Now these transfers will shrink again after the end of the transition period, because there's likely to be a period of currency instability affecting the pound sterling. So on the whole, in an assessment of opportunities and threats for African countries, these countries can draw some quite substantial advantages from the new context, having two partners to deal with instead of one, being able to perhaps play with the two partners, play the competitive game between the two partners. And so on the proviso that these countries can leverage these changes to their advantage, they could draw fairly substantial advantages from a situation that at first glance seems to be rather negative and pessimistic. So that is my concluding words. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Jean-Marc, for this timely intervention. This is a hot topic nowadays, and we will be talking later because we have some questions here. But let's move first to the last presentation of this session. This is the moment to introduce Professor Saleheddine El Assouzi. He will be presenting les coopératives agricoles entre les défis du développement territorial et les enjeux d'économie sociale et solidaire dans la région d'Angers, Tétouan à Lucerne. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. You can share your screen, please. Assouzi, Monsieur Assouzi.
Vous m'entendez? Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Partagez l'écran. Nous voyons l'écran. Maintenant, vous devez ouvrir la présentation.
Oui. Vous voyez mon écran?
Oui, nous voyons.
Très bien. Oui, mais est-ce qu'on voit mon écran maintenant? Merci, mais je partage l'écran avec vous. Mais est-ce que vous voyez mon écran? C'est ça la question.
Oui, monsieur, oui. C'est bien comme ça, monsieur. Merci.
Ok, donc bonjour à tout le monde. Tout d'abord, je tiens à vous remercier vivement pour cette belle opportunité d'être parmi vous dans la deuxième séminaire d'AMENET. Donc, je suis Saleheddine El Assouzi, Je suis étudiant doctorant au sein du laboratoire des études et des recherches en développement territorial sous la direction de Dr professeur Mohamed Boudouah. Donc nous travaillons ensemble sur une thématique très importante nommée sur le sujet des coopératives agricoles entre les défis de développement territorial et les enjeux d'économie sociale et solidaire de la région Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima. Et cette recherche donc se tiendra à laboratoire de l'université Ibn Tufayl à Kenitra, de la faculté des lettres et sciences humaines, que je fais partie de ce laboratoire. Donc, la région Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima s'étend sur une superficie de 17 262 km², représentant 2,43% du territoire national. Bien sûr, les composantes des préfectures et des provinces, ce sont 6 provinces et préfectures, 8 provinces et préfectures dans la région qui s'étale sur 146 communes territoriales, avec une population de plus de 3 millions d'habitants. Pour les potentialités naturelles et culturelles dans notre région, de la région Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima, bien sûr, il fait partie d'une réserve très importante de la biosphère intercontinentale de la Méditerranée, l'Arbim, entre l'Espagne et le Maroc, reconnu par l'UNESCO en 2006, qui reflète 21 sites, 70 aires protégées pour une superficie, plus de superficie de 130 000 hectares. Bien sûr, comprend 2 parcs nationaux, Talasantan et le parc national de l'Hoceima et le parc naturel de Bouachen, qui reflètent un patrimoine matériel et immatériel et très riche et divers. Pour le secteur agricole, connaît actuellement un développement continu lui permettant d'occuper une position de choix dans le développement économique de la région Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima, via bien sûr des programmes nationaux comme le programme de plan Maroc vert, pilier 1 et pilier 2, lancement de programme Grande Génération, programme Intilaka. Donc actuellement, le Maroc dans une transition importante en développement durable. Pour le secteur agricole, la superficie agricole utile au niveau de la région Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima dépasse 722 441 hectares, environ de 42% de territoire régional, ça les statistiques de 2016. Par rapport les superficies agricoles utiles au niveau de la région, la province de l'Hoceima avec 24% et la province d'Ouessane avec 22% et l'Arrache 20%. Et pour les terres, bien sûr, irriguées, représentent 9% des terres labourées. Donc le sujet lié avec les coopératives, selon la loi 1212, c'est une nouvelle loi de 2016 qui donne une définition des coopératives sur une forme d'un groupement des personnes morales et ou physiques qui se mettent d'accord pour la création d'une entreprise dans le but de satisfaire leurs besoins économiques. Bien sûr, les coopératives qui fournissent des emplois rémunérés à leurs adhérents, les coopératives qui produisent des marchandises ou fournissent des services à leurs membres, les coopératives auxquelles les adhérents fournissent des services ou des biens pour les rendre aux tiers après transformation, des produits bien sûr. Et bien sûr, au Maroc, la stratégie nationale d'économie sociale et solidaire Vision 2010-2020 pour le développement de l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et c'était, et bien sûr, dernièrement, en 2018, c'était le lancement de plan de la loi 4 de l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et ça, c'est un nouveau au Maroc qui va donner une loi pour l'économie sociale et solidaire. Et l'économie sociale et solidaire regroupe l'ensemble des structures économiques dans le statut. L'organisation, le fonctionnement, les activités sont basées sur les principes de la solidarité, de l'équité et de l'utilité sociale, bien sûr. Et bien sûr, les formes juridiques, on trouve bien sûr les coopératives, les associations, les unions et les GIE, ce sont des groupes d'intérêt économique et les entreprises sociales. Liées à la recherche de terrain par rapport à la statistique du nombre de coopératives, bien sûr, la région Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima représente par plusieurs coopératives, surtout au domaine de l'agriculture, qui arrivent à 1365 coopératives de l'agriculture au niveau de la région. Et bien sûr, le deuxième, l'artisanat, mais on trouve plusieurs secteurs des coopératives comme l'habitat, les plantes aromatiques et médicinales, la pêche, le transport et les autres. Mais pour nous, le plus important, ce sont les coopératives agricoles. Pour, bien sûr, comment dire, si les activités du coopérative agricole de la région Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima, on trouve la plupart des coopératives des produits transformés à base soit de l'arboriculture, soit des légumes, soit de céréales ou des plantes aromatiques médicinales et également l'élevage. Donc, on trouve une grande diversité des produits agricoles du terroir dans la région de Tanger-Tétouan-El-Hoceima, comme vous voyez certains produits dans les coopératives comme le miel, les figues, l'huile d'olive, du couscous, de sel de la montagne, également des produits de figues barbarie, des amandes, des confitures à base de fruits, des huiles essentielles, des champignons, et bien sûr du fromage et médicinal. Coopérative agricole, on trouve dans ce domaine beaucoup entre soit les parties prenantes, excusez-moi, soit des parties prenantes administratives, on trouve des autorités locales, du tribunal, la banque, et bien sûr des partenaires techniques comme la direction régionale de l'agriculture, les eaux et forêts, l'ANCA, l'ANSA, l'INRA, Association de développement, Chambre de l'agriculture, les fournisseurs et les consommateurs, les collecteurs et les producteurs, les GIE et les ONG qui font l'appui des coopératives, les agences de développement et les secteurs privés. Donc, c'est un domaine qui regroupe plusieurs acteurs. Et dans le monde rural, bien sûr, la coopérative permettra de valoriser leurs produits à travers un secteur très important, le tourisme rural ou l'agroécotourisme qui favorise les circuits de commercialisation des produits. Dans le territoire, bien sûr, surtout ici, je présente un exemple vivant de Belota que les acteurs en tourisme organisent des circuits ou des visites auprès des coopératives pour faire la promotion de leurs produits avec la possibilité d'achat et ça donne une synergie entre les acteurs socio-économiques dans le territoire. Et pour les défis et les enjeux des coopératives, pardon, je vais Ah, excusez-moi. J'arrive pas à partager. C'est bon maintenant? C'est bon, vous voyez mon écran? Super. OK. Donc, pour conclure, les défis et les enjeux des coopératives agricoles de la région Tangi-Tétouan El-Hoceima, pour les défis, on trouve l'alphabétisation par rapport à la plupart des membres des coopératives. Le raté d'accompagnement, les contraintes financières, les faiblesses, surtout au niveau de la gestion, les faiblesses des partenariats de collaboration et le manque de plan stratégique, le marketing et commercial auprès des coopératives. Pour les enjeux, mise à niveau des règlements et des cahiers de charges de sécurité alimentaire. Il y a la plupart des coopératives qui manquent les autorisations sanitaires. Promotion de l'entrepreneuriat vert. Ciblage du marché potentiel pour les coopératives. Réseautage des coopératives, des groupements, des groupes d'intérêt économique et des unions. Potentiel des ressources humaines et disponibilité des produits du terroir dans la région. Ce sont des enjeux qui vont donner qui vont donner une vision ou une dynamique socio-économique dans le territoire. Et merci pour votre attention. Si vous avez des questions.
Thank you very much. Now it is the moment for comments and questions. We have here some comments and questions in the chat. Let me share this information with the presenters. The first question is for Nur Eddin Jalal, the second presenters. Could you explain the main differences between the levels of adoption or engagement in e-commerce to their business, the regional differences or activity-based differences between the enterprises surveyed?
En fait, de savoir comment nous avons choisi l'échantillon des entreprises qui travaillent dans le secteur du tourisme. Donc, premièrement, nous sommes basés d'abord sur les régions, parce qu'au Maroc, il y a 12 régions, et il y a une diversité géographique qui fait que chaque région pourrait éventuellement avoir des entreprises spécifiques qui œuvrent dans le secteur du tourisme. Mais grâce aux délégués représentants du ministère du Tourisme dans chaque région, les centres régionaux du tourisme, nous avons pu élaborer une cartographie des services et des entreprises très importantes qui œuvrent dans le domaine du tourisme. Donc, nous avons, d'une manière, en substance, nous avons partagé le Maroc en 3 zones. Zone du nord, zone du centre et zone du sud. Pourquoi les 3 régions? Parce qu'il y a une diversité géographique d'abord et des traditions propres à chaque région dans le domaine du tourisme. Donc, pour la région du centre, je voudrais seulement attirer l'attention sur le fait qu'on peut trouver ce qu'on appelle le tourisme d'affaires dans les régions de Rabat et de Casablanca, et on peut le trouver également dans des régions du sud. Donc, le centre, le nord, il y a une activité très importante de loisirs les plages, les hôtels aussi. Et dans le sud, Marrakech, Agadir et le Sahara, il y a une attraction particulière pour les gens, parce qu'il y a synonyme d'exotisme et de changement complètement de paysage que les touristes viennent chercher. Donc ça, c'est au niveau des régions. Et donc, nous nous sommes basés sur le travail colossal que font les fédérations des entreprises touristiques et aussi les chiffres officiels du ministère du Tourisme. Alors, pour les produits, nous avons pris plusieurs produits. L'hébergement, donc l'hébergement, c'est les hôtels classés, les maisons d'hôtes, toutes les structures qu'on peut trouver, par exemple, dans le tourisme de montagne ou rural, pour voir un petit peu, avoir une exhaustivité des entreprises et des produits. Donc, nous avons pris en considération aussi la taille des entreprises, parce qu'on va vers des structures qui sont soit des filières d'autres structures à l'étranger, et vers les petites structures. Dans les produits aussi, il y a les transporteurs, les vols, soit le vol aérien, soit les agents de voyage, soit toutes les différents moyens pour acheminer les touristes. Et nous avons en dernier pris aussi en compte les loisirs. Nous avons visité des golfs, comme aussi nous avons des spas, donc toute une panoplie de produits représentatifs qui peuvent éventuellement aider à formuler et à mettre sur place, élaborer un échantillon. Donc, nous avons été très attentifs à la représentativité de l'activité touristique, aux produits qu'offre le secteur et aussi aux acteurs qui œuvrent dans le secteur du tourisme. Et nous avons, sur cette diversité des produits et des régions, donc la combinatoire région-produit, nous avons arrivé à 63 unités que nous avons divisées et que nous avons choisies dans différents secteurs, y compris les entreprises qui sont chargées de l'événementiel, parce qu'elles rentrent aussi dans un cadre de l'activité touristique. Voilà en gros notre démarche que nous avons suivie et qui nous a permis de mettre sur place un échantillon représentatif à la fois des espaces touristiques et des produits vendus. Et nous avons été frappés par le fait que même les hôtels qui ne sont pas classés ou les espaces qui sont lointains sont obligés de s'intégrer dans un réseau digital, parce qu'autrement, ils ne peuvent pas avoir de clients, ils ne peuvent pas avoir... donc, que ce soit les grandes chaînes, que ce soit les golfs, que ce soit les transporteurs, les grands transports et les petits transports, tous, ils sont impliqués et ils sont chacun à sa manière, chacun avec ses moyens, ils sont impliqués dans la digitalisation, d'autant plus qu'il y a ce qu'on appelle, ce que nous avons découvert, c'est l'e-réputation. Ça veut dire que dès que vous rentrez, vous êtes dans un service, le lendemain, il y a les notations et la qualité de service. Et donc, il faut absolument qu'il y ait quelqu'un qui soit chargé de cette e-réputation. Et aussi, il faut aussi qu'il y ait une visibilité, parce que ce soit chez les transporteurs, les hôteliers, que ce soit les loisirs, si vous n'êtes pas visible sur le net, vous ne pouvez pas vous ne pouvez pas avoir de clients tout court. Et donc, c'est pour cela que même s'il y a un décalage entre, d'une manière générale, la structure digitale ainsi que les formations, parce qu'on est vraiment dans un décalage énorme, parce qu'il y a la digitalisation, mais il n'y a pas la formation. Et donc, c'est pour cela que notre projet était de mettre sur place un programme de formation selon l'approche par compétences pour former quelqu'un sur l'e-commerce. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very complete response. Next question is for Professor Jean-Marc. Hamak Kanwal is asking, how can we boost tourism in Africa? Due to the lack of resources and down economy, we cannot afford it in order to promote tourism.
How to boost tourism in Africa? Well, I don't have an answer for this, but it is indeed a very important question, because because of the COVID-19 crisis, the whole sector of tourism has been dramatically affected. And something must be done in order to make it more to draw the most out of it. Well, obviously, Africa has huge resources to offer to tourists from the rest of the world, well, I must confess I'm not a specialist in tourism. I can't say more than this. Apart from the fact that it's definitely an area where there is a lot of potential for expansion, not least the parks, not least in the animals visiting, sightseeing, not least the wonderful beaches and so on, but and African food can be also very attractive to non-African tourists. So I'm sorry, I don't have any more concise answer to give.
Thank you very much, Professor. Professor Jose Mella is asking, Jean-Marc, bearing in mind you know quite well UK and Africa, what are the main policies to promote the UK African destination tourism?
What are the main points to promote tourism?
The tourism, UK, Africa.
Specifically between UK and Africa. Okay. Well, I think one has to think in terms of the categories of tourists that one wants to attract. There is quite a flourishing upper class tourism from the UK in Africa, in destinations as varied as South Africa and Tanzania, and beaches on the Indian Ocean, and so I think this potential can be exploited further with targeted publicity, with improvements on the offer in the destinations. My advice would be to continue to target the upper range, but making it more affordable to the mid-range tourism as well. Whereas I think what I would regard as low-range tourism, that is Benidorm tourism from the UK, I don't think that Africa needs this kind of tourism, which is not necessarily very environmental and which is not really interested in discovering the local culture. The local culture in Africa can be promoted further because it's absolutely unique to that continent. And there is such a diversity of cultures and cultural offers as well across the board, you know, from the Zulu to Mauritania, from Kenya down to Namibia. There is a huge richness there, a huge wealth of cultural good that can be offered to tourists with intellectual and cultural interests. So my advice would be to target the mid to upper range.
Thank you very much, Professor. Is there any other question here? Well, I think there is another question for Professor Jean-Marc again.
Right.
Professor Jean-Marc, could you please, you said the European Union is resetting its relationship with Africa and UK also. Which are, in your opinion, the main areas, sectors, or activities differentiate the European Union and UK priorities or future goals in their relationship with Africa? And which are the future research challenge derived from this?
So what sectors of activity differentiate the resetting in the EU and UK? Well, I must say I haven't really investigated this. I've kept the broad approach in mind in terms of the macroeconomic approach. But the UK perhaps has, for example, too much investment in Nigeria that is geared towards the oil economy, and too little in other areas. And there is perhaps an imbalance that should be looked into there. When you depend too much on one sector in your trade with one country compared to others. I think in terms of South Africa, this is not the case. There is more diversification, but this is easier because South Africa is the only really industrialized country in sub-Saharan Africa. In terms of the EU, the EU is looking into improving relations with Africa as a whole. It is trying to promote African integration, so not only regional integration, but also continental integration. It remains to be seen whether the UK will share this approach or not, and that will be interesting for a country that has actually left a bloc, to see whether it prefers to deal with separate countries or with blocs. So far, the UK seems to have an interest in terms of trade in renegotiating EPAs with blocs, but or regional blocs. But we'll have to see what the UK's attitude towards the African Union, how this evolves. So clearly the EU has a strong interest there, which is not so much shared by China. China prefers, for example, much more dealing with separate individual countries rather than with the African Union, which does not prevent China from investing in the African Union as well and building and paying for the brand new building in Addis Ababa also. So that would be my reply. I know it's only a part answer to this very broad question.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Well, there are not more questions. We are on time according to the program. I would like to thank you all, the audience, and the participants, the speakers, the researchers that were presenting in this first group. If some of you would like to add some final remarks, you can do it now. And if not, we can move to the lunch break. Is there any other comment of the speakers?
No, thank you very much. Then, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Next group begins at 3 p.m. Canary Island time. See you very soon and have a nice lunch. Bye.
Okay. See you.
Okay. See you soon.